96 tracks, eh? And yet not one of them could be Piranha Plant Pipeline? I'm not gonna let them forget, and neither should you. Well, we'll deal with the politics of that some other day. We'll be looking at Mario Kart 8 in its entirety. 32 original tracks, 16 DLC, and 48 that came with the Booster Course Pass. When you look at the game as a whole, with the context of everything that's happened, how do they all stack up? And for this ranking, gamers, I present to you two different tier lists. One for those lovely racetracks, and one for that stellar soundtrack. And far be it from me to ask you to like the video before you even started watching it, but if you could, and even share it with someone that you think would enjoy this, that would do me a world of good. And while I will be starting off with Mario Kart Stadium and ending off with Rainbow Road, anything that makes my S+ tier, I'll be keeping a secret until the very end. So be sure to stick around for that, but let's get started with the very first track in the game, released over 10 years ago. I'm old. Mario Kart Stadium. No Luigi, no Peach, not even Mario. But it's Mario Kart. I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna say the line. I think Mario Kart Stadium, when it comes to first tracks, is actually quite underrated. It hasn't got that Luigi branding, so people tend to sleep on this one a lot. But I'm telling you, I think Mario Kart Stadium is in contention for probably the most complete first stage in all of Mario Kart history. I think it's got everything you really need. Bright stadium, fantastic lights, the great Mario sign back there as well. I think this track has practically everything you need in order to start off on an aesthetically extremely strong note. And I think the gameplay also matches that quite nicely. So right from the rip, you have the iconic thing that the first tracks tend to do. You can drift inwards if you're a bit more experienced in Mario Kart, but if not, you can take the wider path and get some speed panels. You get to have that moment where you see your wheels change color, you wonder what the hell is happening here, and then you figure it out. And then once you make that first left-hand turn, we're getting a bit trippy, aren't we, guys? Whoa. The audience is to the left, it's to the right. What's going on here? Somebody turn on the gravity again. I don't like this anymore. You get the glider that you've already known from Mario Kart 7 that this game shamelessly stole and made arguably worse, but it doesn't matter because 7 was for a handheld and is for baby gamers, where 8 is for the Giga Chads. Shortcut at the end there, but there's pipes as well, so you kind of got to be careful. It's not just mindless. And it goes straight into the next lap. You can tell I like this track a lot when I'm speaking about it for more than 2 seconds, because in every other beginner track I tend to just talk about for 2 seconds and leave it at that. Whereas in this one, I can't help but sing its praises constantly. And for that, I'm going to leave it instead of in C tier, where most beginner tracks normally go. I think instead we're going to give this a very iconic B tier. So let's get on to the other part. Cheers, Dave, for the OST, and let's get started. Do you feel it, gamers? Do you feel that first track energy? The trumpets, the electric guitar, it's all here. It's all here. But it does a really good job of having that grand feeling of an opening track, doesn't it? Especially this bit here. With the flute. Holy shit! The fact that I put in B tier should be a testament to how high quality this game is, because I'm putting that track that you just heard is in B tier. We're getting into some crazy ones later down the line, I'm telling you. We're getting into some crazy tracks. Can the next track keep the same tempo? We're gonna go to a park. We're not just any kind of park. We are going to a water park. Now, if this was a competition for the least creative name in the entire series, I think Water Park would definitely win, without a shadow of a doubt. Lauterlark, Water Peak, the Drown House. We love Lauterlark. You guys aren't a fan of this. You know what? Is this what all Mario Kart fans are? If a track doesn't have Waluigi or like Peach in it, you hate it. Is that what it is? It's just called Water Park. Would you like it better if it was called Waluigi's Water Park? I bet you would. I bet you're just sheep, a lot of you. You're all sheep, as Daisy Hills once did in Mario Kart 7. I think this track is relatively simple while serving as a nice tutorial into how anti-grav and underwater are going to interact. I think Water Park just stays in. See, it does the Mushroom Cup thing of introducing a gimmick while keeping the track relatively simple, and I think that's just kind of it. Left Turn Park. It's a Mushroom Cup track. They're supposed to be easy. Come on, go easy on them, guys. Come on, man. Come on, man. Is the music a saving grace? Let's have a listen. Oh man, feel the beat, Chad. Feel the beat. Or bring it back again. And also the loop, guys. Not that one, the last one. The seamless loop, I fucking love it. Yes, yes, let's go. Go on, where's the haters? Lay it on me. Lay it on me, haters. Go on. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. We're the fucking water park lovers, baby. Let's go. No way. There's a full tier above Mario Kart Stadium. In terms of OST, absolutely, lad. What are you talking about? I better not fucking see that image anywhere, I swear to God. After we're done arguing about the greatest water park in existence, we move on to the next track in the game, which is Sweet Canyon. What do we think about Sweet Canyon, guys? I've said it twice in 3 tracks, guys. I've said it. But I think this is another one that's underrated. I know, I've used it twice. I really have. It's got probably the best thing I've ever seen in any Mario Kart track, right? You guys tell me you wouldn't drink from the piss fountain? Who's going to be the special snowflake and says the piss fountain isn't the greatest set piece in all of Mario Kart? I want to know. I just want to know. I just want to talk to you. I just want to talk to you. I just want to talk. I just want to talk to you. Tell me you wouldn't eat one of those gingerbread toads. Go on. Come on. Ooh, I'm special. I wouldn't drink from the piss fountain and wash it down with a lovely gingerbread toad. Ooh. It reminds me of that one episode of The Simpsons where Homer just fantasizes about the land of chocolate and he eats like a lamppost. He eats a dog at one point. And even though everything's made out of chocolate, he presses his face up against a window of a shop that's selling chocolate. And I'm just like, brother man, everything around you is chocolate. You just ate a dog. But that's where it reminds me of. And I think it nails it perfectly. Now we need to get this political divide really going. Is it blue path or is it pink path for you guys? I always take the pink path. I'm a pink path. I'm pink pilled, okay? The gingerbread house here. You got the you know, pastel colored piranha plants. You've got a nice little shortcut here with a donut ring at the end to snag a last minute first place. Is it ruined by the fact that it's a mushroom cut track and it has to keep it simple? Yes. I think this track is the point where you realize that aesthetic is exactly what this game is going for. It's still gonna stay in C. I'm not gonna be different and rank it higher than that. I think this should come back in Mario Kart 9 as a Shell Cup retro. When I say it's underrated, I mean that it does everything a Mushroom Cup track is supposed to do, but ultimately, it's still a Mushroom Cup track. Oh, it's just so catchy! Listen! The offbeat claps are just so catchy, honestly, they really are. And then the big clap ending, come on! I think the offbeat claps just make this track just really catchy to listen to. It's jaunty, it's upbeat, it's got exactly what you want from a Mario Kart track. We are making out a piss fountain with this one. Diabetic is happy now, thanks, Mr. I'm glad the diabetes community can finally enjoy Sir Musty. I'm glad. Once we're done getting diabetes type 1, 3, and 7, we go on to the Thwomp
ruins.
We go on to the Thwomp ruins. Now, I would ask
ruins is the top of S+, what anyone said.
I would ask what you guys thought about Thwomp ruins, but I think you've made it abundantly clear. Now, in my other Mario Kart 8 video, my original, where I did the first 48, I wasn't too kind to this track. I felt like this is the first time where, despite this game going for pure aesthetics, this is the first time where the aesthetics really didn't win me over. But since then, I've had a conversation with the CEO of Thwomp Ruins herself, and she had a lot of choice words for me. After having that conversation, are my eyes opened to the glory of Thwomp Ruins? Now, while I will say, there was a couple of points that Zozin made that I really liked. I do like the fact that, for example, everything is very consistent to the theme, like, or even the small statues got thwomps on them. Everything has like the thwomp stony color to it. You've got this thing, I didn't really mention this last time, but I think this is actually a really cool addition. You have this spinning wheel that comes down and adds an extra glider path on the final lap. I think that's a really cool addition. For a beginner track, you don't really want it to be too hard, and I like it when the game gives you choice. So for example, you can risk the thwomp here, or you can go on the wall and avoid his stomping ways. And despite finally seeing the light of what this track is going for, if you ask me personally, does it spark joy? Unfortunately, still not.
Everyone grab the pitchforks.
At least it's not in the D tier, and I won't put it in the thumbnail, but it hasn't won me over. This is my tier list, and I think if I'm being honest, it's still the worst track in the game so far, and the bottom of my Mushroom Cup rankings. What do you guys think? And fair enough, I just think the theming is one of the strongest in the entire game. I think Mushroom Cup is going to be the most subjective in the entire game, because I think a lot of it is going to be down to, do you like what the track's aesthetics are going for? I can see why you guys would enjoy a ruins-based track that isn't in a desert. Does it win me over though? Unfortunately not. Is the music at least any good? I love the second half of this track. This bit here. See, once you're done experiencing that glorious flute, you go back into this fucking shit. What even is this instrument? What is it? You tell me. What is this? What is this instrument? Someone tell me, so I can not hear it ever in my life again. This sucks. Oh, hang on. Where have all the deformed ruins defenders gone, huh? Where are they? I thought this was your go. I thought this was your go, huh? Unbelievable. Yeah, I think for having such a lame lead instrument for like half the runtime, and even the second half, it being quite good doesn't really save it from the rather middling space of C tier. It sounds like Crash Bandicoot music. If Crash Bandicoot was bad. Once we're done going to the worst ruins ever made, then we go on to the obligatory track, the one that all of us have a round of applause. Not applause, just applause. We got to Mario Circuit. I have to give Mario Circuit credit for doing... I think it does that very well. And let's not forget the bit where it goes... And then over here, guys, right here, it does the... I think that bit is pretty interesting. And then once we go around like this, it does the... Oh, these ramps over here, it's also quite... And overall, I think it's just... It's the track ever. What about the music? Wow. I think I've heard this one before. Wow. That's crazy. But a synth though. Whoa. Saxophone, take me away. I'm floating away, guys. The sax man, take me away, please. Take me away to a stage better than this. The sax man doesn't save, unfortunately. The sax man doesn't save it, but it does put it in B. It does put it in B. But once we're done with Figure 8 Circuit 2, where else do we go but the harbor itself? Oh my god! As the kids would say, it's rather poggers. So I just aged myself like 10 years saying that. But one thing I do like about Toad Harbor in terms of design is its consistency to choice making. And even though the risk-reward factor isn't that high because it's a Flower Cup track, I still think introducing that sort of decision making to the player right now will pay dividends later on. Like, so even for example at the beginning, you have, do you go for this speed boost here to get an AM just a little bit earlier than you otherwise would? It's a bit of a risk though, you can fall off, but it's a choice you can make. In the same way you can choose to take the upper path or lower path here. The upper path, I think you can't go nearly as inwards in the upper path as you could with the lower one, but you avoid so the lower path obviously has the pillars that are holding up the stand here, and obviously you can bump into those, so you gotta be careful with that, you know? The going up and over, I think, is a bit faster, but it does make you a bit more susceptible to getting hit. It's easier to snipe some of the green shell if they're taking a bit more of a predictable path. Towards the end, you get the ultimate choice, which is the dreaded tram line. You got the tram line section where you get to drift as inward as possible, but if the tram is there, then you have to be careful. You have to really time your drift carefully, but if you manage to nail it, you get to take the fastest, most inward path there is. Towards the end here, you can make a left turn. I think, is there an item box there? I think there is, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if there is, but there is a speed boost there as well. So constant path choice making to make it a bit more interesting, a bit more varied. You got such a fantastic harbor aesthetic you got going on here with the sailboats around the side, the market stall. For being such a consistently good track for the last 10 years, I think it deserves a genuinely good shout in S tier. And I think that's exactly where I'm gonna leave it. But any of you guys gonna complain about the music? I better not. I better not hear a single peep. I better hear you. Does that guitar not just take you away? And then this bit here, I love this bit. Harbor sounds fantastic, plays fantastically. It's playlist worthy. It's B tier, it's A tier. You guys are just wrong. You guys are just wrong. How does it feel being wrong? Is Toad Harbor the beginning point of when the track starts to get good? I think somebody forgot this track existed. I think my main issue with Twisted Mansion is that it's an aesthetic that's been done so many times in the past. So as a result, I'm here thinking, okay, you really have to do something special if you're gonna win me over on yet another ghost-themed aesthetic. The moving carpet section is a bit fun, I suppose. You can go into the big mouth with the underwater wall, the vertical wall of water. Is it a cool aesthetic? Sure. It doesn't really. It just does nothing for me. I don't know. I feel nothing. This track gets so much hate for being worst of the worst. It's actually pretty good. If we're talking in terms of raw quality, yeah, this track is good, but every track is good in terms of raw quality. That's what Mario Kart has done best. But when you're fighting amongst the best of the best that Mario Kart has ever seen, just being another ghost-themed track, boring. Seymour, the house is boring. If this came up on Airbnb, I would just swipe away and look for somewhere else to stay, if I'm being honest. And the music itself, oh man. I think they just overused the theremin. You know that like really wavy instrument? Ooh, ooh. I think they just overused that and it just doesn't really work for me. You know? Or then a violin at the end here, though. The violin. Violin at the end is actually really, really nice, but lame, boo, get him out of here, get him out, send him home. You had so many other ghost-themed tracks, so if you were gonna make another one, you really had to sell it to me, and unfortunately, I just ain't buying. You're not working in this town again, Twisted Mansion. You know what is gonna have a job in this economy? Shy Guy Falls. What do we think about Shy Guy Falls, guy? The theming itself doesn't really, like, grip me in a crazy way, but the track is just fun to play on and it has one really good set piece, you know? I'm not really much of a big Shy Guy guy, but this waterfall section here, if I was to describe it in boomer terms, it rocks my socks off. If I was to describe it in zoomer terms, it is in fact very, very skippity. You could use the upper path, the lower path. There's also another shortcut bit at the end, so you got a bit of path choice making, that very same thing they've introduced in Toad's Harbor. It's just really, really nice, isn't it? I'm not really big on Shy Guys, so I know a lot of people are loving this because it's got Shy Guys. I do love the extra melody they add when you drive past them. It kind of adds to the immersion, adds to the aesthetic. And while it isn't a world beater as far as I'm concerned, I do think it earns its spot in B tier. I think it really does earn its spot. ARS, a lot of A's and S's. For Shy Guy Falls? Not so much for the racetrack. Is it going to happen for the music though? Let's have a listen. Banjo Man starting us off strong. The Pan Flute Man is going to go crazy. And then a violin at the end, straight from Twisted Mansion. Just listen to it here. A tier for me. A tier for me indeed. What do you guys think? Where would you put it? This is what the Fort Maroon soundtrack was trying to be. True! Song feels naked without the singing Shy Guys. You gotta do it yourself, you know? A lot of S's though, and I can understand why you'd put it in S, because it does nothing wrong. It doesn't move my soul in the way I expect the track to. Can I expect the beginning of Star Cup to move my soul? We're going to the airport, gamers. Don't we all love airports? Aren't airports the best experience ever? Sunshine Airport. As a frequent airport goer, I do have to say that when it comes to aesthetics, again, it's something that Mario Kart does so strongly. It absolutely nails it. Don't you think so? It absolutely nails it on an aesthetic level. You've got the conveyor belts loading the baggage in that you can burst into as a hazard. The plane wheels on the runway, another hazard as well. And then you make a big jump into another open plane as well as it's being repaired. Again, aesthetically, they absolutely nail this track. Just look at all the cool set pieces they use with the setting they have, you know? And then you take off yourself on your own runway, and then you make one big final drift all the way around, and then come on. Even though, personally, I'm going to be honest, a bit of a spoiler, I don't think this track is, you know, amongst the top 10. I'm going to be honest right now. But I still think the first time I ran down here, and the plane just overtook me and went above me. That is a really, really cool set piece, right? I think you have to admit. You have to admit that was a really, really cool set. Just seeing the plane fly above you. Aesthetically, this track absolutely nails it. Like, I think the only thing that it does is like the conveyor belt baggage thing. That's quite cool. The other set pieces don't really do much on a gameplay front. I think for just nailing the absolute aesthetic that they're going for, I think it's a B. Pre-release Mario Kart 8, this is one of the ones that everyone was hyping up to be the S tier. And the only reason I'm thinking you guys thought this was going to be S tier, or even people now who think this is S tier, the only reason you think it's S tier is because it has Sunshine in it. And because Sunshine, it reminds you of Mario Sunshine, when it's the most worst Mario game ever made. So, and it reminds you of your childhood game when you played Super Mario Sunshine, and you thought that game was the best game ever.
Super Mario Sunshine doesn't seem to come together quite as well as many of the previous games in the series do.
Man, I'm tired of GameSpot. They need to stop showing their faces in their reviews.
This is a really depressing review. At least all GameSpot reviews suck. They all seem to have depression, and they all seem to have negativity towards all Nintendo games. Of course he has depression, he had to play Mario Sunshine.
I think it's one of the best looking tracks, and as a cool track design, I'd still put in S or high, really. Oh man. I see some of you guys say that it should come back in Mario Kart 9. Personally, I'd be happy if it just stayed here, but I'm happy with Sunshine Airport. Am I also just as happy with the music though? As always, this ending bit here I like. Violin, come back to me. I see some of you guys say meh, 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 song of all time. And I don't necessarily disagree when you guys say that. I think even though this song does sound pleasant, I don't think it really fits with the theme of an airport. It doesn't really ring out as an airport track to me. In the same way that Super Bowl Subway nails the subway aesthetic, I don't think Sunshine Airport does. And even though C tier might seem a little harsh, I just can't put it in B if I'm being honest. While the track has won me over, the racetrack has won me over, the music hasn't. I think the bar is just too high to put this anywhere but C. So it's fair to say that Sunshine Airport has a great aesthetic, but music-wise, it didn't really win me over. Can the same be said for the next track on the list? Dolphin Shoals. What do we think about Dolphin Shoals? Is it a certified classic? They had all of Mario Kart 7, right? They had all of Mario Kart 7. Throughout the entirety of underwater being a gimmick, this is the first time they've actually used it, and I've liked it. And even the dolphins themselves like showcase exactly what this track can be, right? You have this opening segment here where, like, you know, they're jumping through the hoops, you know, just like dolphins do. You know, you jump for the hoop, you do a trick, hey, you feel like a dolphin. Hey, look, POV, you're a dolphin. And then, like, once you're done with the surface level gimmick, you get to the deep water gimmick, which I think is quite fun. Like, you got these pipes that jettison some air for you to help you maneuver into the next safe area. If you don't make it, you go into the deep water, which forces you back. And then this bit, the eel is just very fun to trick off. I think it's very, very fun. You finally get out of the water, you do one big ascending U-turn to reach the finale, and then you see all the rushing water. Oh, look at that visual. It just looks so cool, doesn't it? And you fly across the lagoon, straight back into the water for a second lap. Very nice. Very, very nice. Question is it nice enough to earn a spot? I think it's nice enough to earn a spot in B tier, definitely. It would be high if the second half was better. Yeah, the big U-turn at the end is quite nice, but it doesn't really do much as well. I don't know. One of the best water levels in Mario Kart definitely deserves its flowers. It definitely does, but I think it just goes to show you how lame underwater as a gimmick is, if all I'm willing to do is put it in high B tier. Do you guys remember where you were the very first time you ascended, you went on the eel, you drove straight back down? My lord. Like, don't get me wrong, the other parts of this track as well, the regular one, they're nice. They're very, very nice, you know? They've got a deep water version, you know? They sound really nice, they do.
But we know who the star of the show really is.
S+, the streets will never forget Dolphin Shoals Saxman, and he is in contention for the top 10. Once we're done playing the best underwater stage ever made, we get on to probably one of the most unique themes they've ever done in Mario Kart history. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a party in the Electro Drone. Is the Star Cup of Mario Kart 8 one of the best cups in Mario Kart history? It definitely has a good shout for it, doesn't it? It definitely does. Aesthetically, just look at this fucking track, man. Giant disco ball, Shy Guys and Koopas dancing. Everything just bumps and bops to the beat of the music. It's just absolutely phenomenal, isn't it? And then I just love how reactive everything is to you racing on it. Like when you go on this bit here as an extra addition to the melody. And then now we need to ask the most important question. Is it green path or pink path? Well, which one is it? For me, it was definitely pink. And I think ModernXP here, he's green along with you guys. He's green. Aesthetically, it nails it. Does it really do anything crazy compelling to warrant it being in Star Cup? You could make the strong argument that it probably doesn't. If you're going to rate this track lowly because it doesn't really do anything special on a gameplay front, I can definitely understand it. But if you ask me personally, I think with such a uniquely catchy and amazing aesthetic, it's a certified classic. It's not in the contention for the best, I would say, because it doesn't really have that extra factor that pushes it up. But I'm going to put it in S tier. Hang on. Why Electrodrome is not good and shouldn't be in A tier. I ain't reading all that. I ain't reading all that. Electrodrome for sure. Electrodrome? Leave me alone. Can I not just like a track? Can I not just like a track in peace? Let me like a track, okay? Shut up. Shut up and let me like a track, okay? I just like it when you go to the end bit and it goes bam, 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 and then you glide and it goes bam, and then like the part's going like, you know, he's dancing to the beat, you know? He's just like doing that. And then the bumping ass Shy Guys, you know, bit outside the pink path, it kind of plays like a spacier version. Let me just like something, okay? Shut up. All of you. Ooh, I like Sunshine Airport because it reminds me of Mario Sunshine. Why can't I just like this? Oh, yo, hang on. Go on. Tell me this ain't amazing. Oh, tell me you feel it, gamers. That techno vibe is just immaculate. To get a headache if I keep bopping my head, so let's just move on, shall we? To the next track in the cup. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a command and a track name. We are going to Mount Wario. Did I mention that Star Cup is probably the best cup in Mario Kart history? Did I say that already? Section tracks were a thing that was invented in Mario Kart 7, right? And I think just along with how Mario Kart 8 took gliding underwater and kind of just made it so that Mario Kart 7 isn't remembered for that, they refined section-based tracks into something so magical that it's made Mount Wario easily in everyone's tier lists in contention for one of the best tracks in the game, if not the entire series. You start off inside a dropship because the top of the mountain is so frigid, it's so harsh, the environment is so crazy that they have to drop you in via a Wario dropship. It's crazy, isn't it? We're not playing Fortnite, guys. We're playing Mount Wario. But see, you got the top of the mountain here, which is like very, very brutal, very frigid, very icy. Your handling's gonna take a major hit. There's a wide breadth of a track to make sure you can stay on, but in order for you to nail those turns, you really have to contend with the horrible, horrible ice. But then once you get down into the mountain proper, the part where, you know, Wario's actually tried to maintain it, you get into the waterfall, the glide waterfall over here, which I just think is a really cool set piece, you know? And then you get to the dam section as well after this, with the speed pan, trying to nail all the speed boosts as well. Something that's a little trickier than you might think. And then once you exit the dam, you exit the section that'll make you say damn. Oh lord. How many times, gamers, how many times have those dreaded trees ended your perfect first place? It's these little logs as well. They're like, you trick off them and then you lose your balance, and you really gotta maintain your nerve on the trees. It's such a small section, but I think it's ruined the hearts and minds of so many people. And the amount of times I'm in the first place of those trees, those dreaded trees. It's such a simple hazard, but it works really hard. And then you get to the epic finale. You're nearly at the bottom of the mountain. The crowd is all around you. The tricks are plentiful. Everyone's watching. The cameras are on you. Captain Falcon's in the audience and he's shouting at you to show your moves. And it really adds to one big epic finale. And I think the speed bit at the end here really showcases that, because look, you get to speed on each speed panel quite satisfyingly, as if you're playing on Mute City, and then you get one final shortcut there right at the end to try and snag a first place. But instead, if you're in first still, you get to see all your adoring fans as you finish the harsh descent of Mount Wario. You're not shocked, are you? You're not shocked. Each section is so perfectly defined, it's so perfectly crafted to give you such a fantastic experience from start to finish. And I cannot, in good conscience, and I'm going to be honest, I don't think anyone else can, in good conscience, not have this in contention for one of the best tracks in the game. If aliens have invaded this planet, we'll be able to tell by knowing whether they hate Mount Wario or not. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Be able to know. If this is in Mario Kart 9, this will be the obligatory ice track. Wouldn't that be good as well?
It was such a fantastic track. The music really had to match the tempo, and it does so in spades. After that flashy intro of you dropping from the ship, you hear nothing but a screeching violin. With very few instruments to accompany it, it's going to stand out and stick in your mind, making Section 2's more mellow instruments a very welcome respite. The brass taken on a lower tone to kind of ease your nerves. And then, of course, you hear Wario's favorite instrument, the electric guitar. You've probably heard it before in Mario Kart 8. In Mario Kart games of old. And even in his other series. The iconography didn't give it away enough. The electric guitar really makes you feel like you're in Mount Wario, only for the brass to double its way back into those violins right as you get into that tree section. Final section having such a grandiose feel, the music also picks up too. Remember that violin melody from section 1? Well, it comes back here in the finale, but this time the whole band is here. I think it's very, very easy to see why I enjoy Mount Wario so much. And there's no doubt in my mind it's in contention for the top 10.
The streets will never forget Mount Wario. Once you're done playing what could easily be the magnum opus of all of Mario Kart, then we get on to Cloud Top. What do you think of Cloud Top Cruise, gamers? What do you think of Cloud Top Cruise? Of a special cup opener? It's pretty good, eh? It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I think one thing that I think was very, very clever is that even though it's Cloud Top Cruise, I think for a good chunk of it, you're also going through like Bowser's airship armada. Like over here, you go through his airship. And I think that was quite a good choice because I think it varies up the gameplay enough. They have like airship section that perfectly segues into more dangerous grey thunderclouds, you know? And you have probably one of my favorite gameplay set pieces in all of Mario Kart. You have to have your head on a swivel because as much as you want to satisfyingly catch each boost perfectly, the moment you see that little light bluish white tinge on a speed pad, you know, unless you're already there. So you have to really be on your toes. I love this for that. Is it up in the S tier? Maybe not. But it's definitely in the upper echelon. 100%. I love that Divine actually comes from a giant question block. Does it? That's actually very... See? Theming. Aesthetics. It's great, isn't it? If you get hit, then you really get punished. Yeah, exactly, because it takes really long for you to get going. You know, your acceleration better be good, honestly. I think underrated is used correctly here, because I quite often forget Cloud Top Cruise, but it actually really is a solid track, isn't it? I think it's just because of how solid it is. It doesn't do anything stand out while being really solid. I think people tend to sleep on it. Is anyone sleeping on the music, though? Yeah, that timpani in the beginning, bruv. Oh. It just sounds really, like, triumphant, doesn't it? It really, really does. The flute on that bit. I always try and make it so that you know when you go inside the thunder section and you transition out. I always love it when you're flying out, it transitions to the flute here. It's like my favorite. I love timing it so it does that. And oh my god, guys, the reference! Gusty Garden, you're so rated. But you sound so great, can't complain about you here. I'll just do it somewhere else. Can't forget about the other bit, can we? Can we? Start banging your head, gamers. Guitar Gusty Garden bit goes hard. I think both the triumphant big orchestra and the electric guitar work absolutely so well in tandem. It's probably going to remain a high spot in S tier, if I do say so myself. It makes it feel like I'm in a Gusty Garden. Remember, we had probably one of the best Special Cup openers in the entire series. And then we get, oh boy. Where's Albert Boris when you need her, right? Is she gonna talk about this desert track as well? The same way Dry Desert was like a big pog for her? Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. Guys, again, Mario Kart 8, what does it do well? Aesthetics. Having the sand be like a yellow, reddish, scarlet kind of color, it's nice. You know? I see so many takes like, oh, this is good for a desert track, but no, this track is actually straight up just good. Well, yeah, but I've said it before and I'll say it again. Like Mario Kart 8 standards, like this set piece is kind of cool. I will say that. Like this bit over here, when you take this path off to the right, you know, have it satisfyingly tricking off of every like bony bit to like get a bit of a speed boost. It's quite nice, you know? And then having the dry bones walking around as well. The way your light comes on your cart when you go into this dark section here. I'm just trying to come up with anything nice to say about it, because as far as I'm concerned, boring, Seymour! Boring. Is the music at least boring? See, it sounds nice, doesn't it? It sounds really, really nice, doesn't it? You know, guys, I think we have to give a shout out to the tambourine guy. Loop is quite nice. So let's move on from the mid zone to the cool zone. Wowie zowie. I like what you've done with the place, Bowser. I like what you've done with the place. It's crazy. Isn't it cool? The way the gate opens right as it... Oh, look at that. Once again, guys, we have to give our thank yous. We still have to give our thank yous to Bowser, guys. He was nice enough to let us race in his castle. He was also nice enough to make a statue of himself pointing at the right direction to go. So cheers, Bowser. Very cool. There's always something going on for most of the track, right? Like, you get this opening turn and you get, like, you know, the flame bar, the fucking mace on a handle there, and then you make a U-turn and then you go into that. Then another flame bar, and then it's the big Bowser. Ooh, the obligatory thing that's in most of the Bowser castles. Most of the modern Bowser castles, except 7 for some reason. Thanks for pointing that out to me, Shifrillish. And then you get to that, you get the lava pillars at the end here that you have to avoid. And then the rock falls over here as well, which aren't really too crazy a hazard, but they can trip you up if you're not careful. And then it makes for a nice loop. You're always doing interesting things, you know? Isn't it cool? And then you got the lasers here to add something different in the second lap, but other than that, it's more of the same. What a fantastic Bowser castle, right? You have to thank his internal decorator for this. I appreciate that. I really do appreciate that. This is just a fantastic track. The question is it S or is it S plus top 10 material? That's what I have to ask myself here. Do you know what? I think it's in contention for one of my favorite tracks in the entire game. Seymour! What is that melody? Oh man, Guitar Man, take me away! Get your big band, come on in! Oh my lord! And then do the thing, guys! Trumpet. Shred, my man, shred. Don't let them stop you. Keep going until the loop. Keep going and don't stop, brother man. Boy, did they cook. They cooked when it comes to this Bowser Castle. I'm glad to see we're all in agreement. I'm not seeing anyone. Is anyone going to be different? None of you guys are going to be different. We're all the same. Conform. Conform to Bowser Castleism. All of you guys conform. After we go from Metalhead's Wet Dream, where do we go next? Surely they can keep the tempo going. Surely. Surely they're not going to mess it up now. Oh boy. I thought this was a D tier before, but having been playing it for the last 10 years, it is just a little bit overhated. When it comes to Rainbow Roads, I want them to be really bright, I want them to be really vibrant, I want them to be really bold, and I think fusing Rainbow Road with the space station aesthetically, I think is what gives people a big sour taste in their mouth. I think this just wasn't the right way to go about a Rainbow Road. I think if this was called like Lunar Space Station, I think this would be a certified hood classic and everyone would love it. But it's called Rainbow Road, and people expect high things from a Rainbow Road. And in terms of that, I don't think it nails it. But when it comes to being a racetrack, though, I think it's actually quite fun. You got two big opening turns here, which are shockingly hard to do, especially on 200cc. Like, nailing this second turn on 200cc, quite tough, quite tough. I haven't really mentioned 200, but I'll mention it now. You go into the space station proper, you know? Conveyor belts. Hey, what else had conveyor belts? Toad Factory? Yeah, you guys liking the track now? You guys liking it now? Yeah? That's what I thought. And it probably has one of my favorite shortcuts in the entire series. I don't know if ModernXP is going to do it, but if you take the right-hand path, you can just jump off this bit right here and just land on the other path. I really like that shortcut, even though it's not an intended shortcut. I think it's fun. I just really like it. I don't really use shortcuts as a defining factor. Very rarely do you hear me talk about shortcuts, because I don't really care about shortcuts. But this shortcut, like that shortcut there, is probably one of my favorites in the entire... Just jumping off there, doing a blind jump here and ending up on the track is just really, really fun to me. It reminds you of GBA Rainbow Road. It kind of gives me that energy as well. And I don't know what it was. I just really like that. It's definitely not detail. I think I was definitely being a bit too harsh to this track. I think this is just all around a solid choice, if you ask me. The mid-high end of B tier, I think that's where it deserves. I still think it's S tier. I think S tier is definitely a big reach. A big reach. The rainbow effect gets a lot of hate, but I actually really like it. It's pretty cool. This, to me, really lame. I can see what people mean when they say the rainbow's lame, because it is really, really fucking lame. Just listen. Has my opinion changed on the music as well? That guitar does sound nice, doesn't it? It sounds really, really nice. And then this bit here. Like, people will talk about, like, the Rainbow Road magic. Oh, it doesn't have that Rainbow Road magic. But I think this little bit here, when the musically, I think it nails it. I think it nails the Rainbow Road magic. It just sounds really nice. And then does it again. I think this bit, a little bit, if you ask me. And let's not forget, hang on. Oh. That sounds straight from N64 Rainbow Road, then. It sounds like a shooting star is passing by your ear. Right there. I think what this tried to go for musically is the same thing they tried to go for gameplay-wise. They tried to fuse Rainbow Road with a space station, and they have elements of both. I think when it leans into more space kind of elements, I think it's a little on the weaker side. When you hear the rainbow magic peek through, I think it sounds really nice. And let's not forget, that electric guitar sounds phenomenal, as it always does. It's definitely a foot tapper. I'm also going to put this in B tier too. I don't think it's D. I think D I was being way too harsh. Let's go to the 16 original retros. Oh my god. Let's start off the Shell Cup in style. All the Mario Kart Wii stands are going to go crazy right now. Now, Moo Moo Meadows. Oh my gosh. What do you guys think of Moo Moo Meadows? Certified Classic. I do like what they did with the lighting. Sunset works with Moo Moo Meadows very, very, very well. The cows just wander onto the field. But either way, it's the same as it was in Wii. I think it's a pretty good track. And I think it maintains its spot as a pretty good track in this game too. I'm just going to leave it in B. Don't really have much else to say about it. It's still the Moo Moo Meadows we love. What would you guys say? I think the problem with me is that they made it a little too small for my liking. The new skybox is lit though. I think it being this small for a Shell Cup track, I think doesn't really bother me that much. Track is pretty good, but it's kind of the track of all time. I've always had a soft spot for Moo Moo Meadows. I think it's one of the better Mushroom Cup tracks we've ever seen. Mainly because of the cows. The cows walking on the stage make like a nice dynamic hazard, and I think it does the same thing here. But what about that musical remix? Is it good? I think that violin just sounds utterly phenomenal, doesn't it? It really, really does. But I do miss the guitar guy. The guitar guy from the original Moo Moo Meadows, I do miss him a bit. The violin is a good stand-in, but I do miss him. Especially this bit here, you know? I'm like, oh man. Where's that? You're not the same. I want my guitar guy from Wii back, you know? Which is what I would say if it wasn't for this bit here. The violin guy. I got this on repeat. That violin at the end there. That violin at the end. It sounds so good and I love him. I'll consider picking up the violin again just to replay this. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Once you're done with that, once you're done getting Moo Moo in the Meadows, I think I saw someone describe Moo Moo Meadows as the track of all time. I see your Moo Moo Meadows and I raise you Mario Circuit. The Mario Kart organizers were like, hey, you need to have an anti-grab segment if you're going to be in my Mario Kart. And I was like, oh shit, quick, oh no, quick guys, raise it up, raise the track up, quick, the inspector's coming in tomorrow, please, raise the track up, please, for the love of God.
That turn up was fun and it's cute that it's done with an old ass 70s Nintendo toy. Bottom of B, I'd say.
You know what, Jacob, you make a very good point. If I was a smart-ass little bitch, it's staying in C. These two Mario Circuits can just have a nice chat together, as far as I'm concerned. Oh my lord, what is the melody? If you guys didn't know, they've changed up the melody from the original. And this melody that you're hearing right now was actually the beta version from the beta build of GBA Mario Kart. So instead of using the original, they decided to use the beta build when they were making their big band remix. And I think it works so well, because that jumpy ass beat, it works to absolute perfection. And the loop, oh, the loop. It's definitely under spot in the S tier, if you ask me. Utterly phenomenal. I'm not interested in hearing it from you guys. I'm moving on to the next one.
Oh, brother!
I have to thank Cheap Cheap Beach for something. I'm always accused of being way too nice to beach tracks. I've always thought this one was kind of mid. One thing I actually liked about the DS version was the interesting gimmick of the tide. In the original DS version, you could choose to take the path, but if the tide was high, then I think you'd kind of have to follow the path. If the tide was low, you can cut where the tide used to be up here, just around here. But in this game, since only shallow water is non-hazardous, you can just drive straight through here like this. I mean, I don't know why this gentleman's actually racing on the track. He's being very nice. He's grabbing all the coins. I get it. He's trying to collect the gold Mario Kart. But you can just go through this bit here, and it's completely non-hazardous. And I really don't like that, if I'm being honest. Still in mid-track, but I'd say it definitely deserves a spot as a retro. You know what, Choo Choo Beach, thanks. But no thanks. Seymour, the house is boring.
Give a C for the Diao.
The music, the doing. Say it with me, guys. Say it with me. The doing is not going to save you, okay? Seymour, the house is boring. Let's move on, shall we, gamers, to the next track in the game. Once we're done getting to the worst beach of all time, we have to drive back home. And where better to drive back home than the Toad Turnpike? Gamers, what do we think about Toad's Turnpike? Now, I controversially said, I actually really like this track. I know, it was weird. So many people got angry at me in my original tier list for saying this was a good track. I still think this is a really good track. Now, it wasn't me saying that this was a good track that made it controversial. It was me saying that this track is better than Wii's version of Moonview Highway. And I still stand by that take. One thing I didn't like about the original rendition of Moonview Highway is that I felt like it was too chock-a-block full of cars, which made taking the risk of driving into oncoming traffic rather just a fool's errand, really. One thing I like about Toad's Turnpike is that it's chocked full of cars, as you can see, and there's even an oncoming lane, but the cars are driving slowly enough where you can seamlessly weave against the traffic and have a fun time doing so. You also got one of my favorite things that Mario Kart tends to do as well, which is you have these lanes on the side where if you don't want to bear the brunt of the traffic, if it's the last lap in your first place, and you can, you know, risk taking the safer path, you have that option too. And I really like the fact that they have that option. Toad Harbor had it too. They've done this in a couple of tracks where they give you a safer, slower option. As a whole, it's not the most memorable track, but if you ask me, I still have a lot of fun playing on Toad's Turnpike. I don't mind it. It's in the low end of B, but I would say it's still a solid choice if you ask me. Where are the haters at? Where are the haters at? I love driving in straight lines and taking really light turns. Well, obviously, like, gameplay here I don't think does it too much justice, but when you're weaving in and out of traffic and taking turns, that is also in combination with the inherent chaos that Mario Kart has to offer. Not only are you going to be, like, drifting around cars and taking turns, you're also going to be dodging green shells, red shells, fucking a guy with a bullet passing you. So I think the chaos of the track is small enough where I think it works well in tandem with the chaos that Mario Kart has. Whereas I think the original edition of Moonview Highway lent far too much into one direction.
Just flip the last two tracks in their rankings and the list is fine again.
Is this my list or your list? I think the racetrack is still fun. You guys might fight me on that. And rightfully so. But the music, though. I mean, it's good. I like it, you know? It's catchy. It's good. The duality of man, I think I had a soft spot for this, but if I'm being honest, it's just kind of like, it's just kind of okay. Let's just swiftly move on, shall we? So once you're done driving home on the Toad Turnpike, somehow you took the wrong turn at Albuquerque, and you in fact ended up in Albuquerque. I do like the way the track looks, but blah, blah, blah. You could say the same for a lot of tracks. The original track, even though I didn't really like it that much, it had a fair bit of charm to it, right? Like, you had the tornadoes that whisked you up and threw you back down. They're absent. Even in this pit here, this you know, this pit where you can, like, sink down, there used to be, like, a monster that when you sunk down, it chomped you up. It's quite nice. I really thought it was quite fun. But that's gone as well, so there's not even a monster down there anymore. I do like the Oasis section, you know, as some people might disagree. I think it adds a nice little bit of extra stuff. I think this is one of the few instances where aesthetically they nail the track, as they've always done. But I think the little bits of charm...
I mean, you expect me to give my blessings to this thing?
They added, like, you know, pillars that fall down so you can trick off them. But I don't think that makes up for some of the charm that was lost in this track. And I think as a result, my ranking is going to reflect that. History will not be kind to you. We have a better desert track in its Bone Dry Dunes, and even then it could barely crack the D tier. I'm more generous than most low B. Yeah, I think you are. They don't call the track dry for nothing. Hell yeah, sister, hell yeah! What about the music, though? What about the music, huh? Hey, Joe Biden, what do you think of Dry Desert, huh? It's drier than my bald head. Oh, thanks, Joe Biden, for joining my tier list. If you guys like that, then be sure to like the video. What the fuck do I say? What do I say about this? I made up a fake conversation with Joe Biden. You can go now, by the way. You can. No, you were just here for dry ruins. Yes, that is correct. Please close the door on your way out, Mr. Biden. Thank you. I do like how more powerful and imposing it is compared to the original. It is quite nice, but...
Seymour, the house is boring.
Once we're done going to the driest desert of all time, we get our obligatory affirmative action SNES track inclusion. Donut Plains 3, huh? Anyone? 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 Don't we love Super Nintendo, guys? We love Super Mario Kart, don't we? We love Super Mario Kart, don't we, guys? Don't we love Donut Plains 3, Dwayne The Rock Johnson, hit actor? How did Black Adam work out for you, by the way? Oh, is that a soft spot? My bad, sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned that, my bad. I've been quite mean to this track, but there is actually one thing I like. There's actually one thing I really like about Super Nintendo tracks. And Super Nintendo tracks come from an old era of Mario Kart. There's a reason why I haven't really talked about shortcuts. And that's because, in comparison to the shortcuts that Mario Kart games used to have in the past, I think Mario Kart 8, definitely with its track design, tempered the shortcuts down a bit. So when you have a track from the Super Nintendo era where shortcut potential is quite high, it can be quite fun to do that. But it is in service of what is otherwise a relatively boring track, if I'm being honest. And also with the inclusion of SNES Bowser Castle 3, we now live in a world where don't have to just be a boring Super Nintendo track anymore. You can be something more. And because you can be something more, I feel very, very confident in giving Donut Plains 3 a low ranking. History will not be kind to you. I mean, it's called Donut Plains. Of course it's flat. Yeah, but like... Yeah, but shut up. The original, guys. Let's go back to the original Donut Plains. Whistle Man carrying that melody. Let's go back to GBA. Let's go to Donut Plains DS. One thing you'll notice about the DS version, the whistle guy is a bit slower than he used to be. He's a little less rapid with his Whistle Man beeps, but he's still there. So, Mario Kart. So you have a history, a long history of a whistling. What did you do? What did you do in Mario Kart 8? Come on! Whistleman, where are you? Oh no, hell no! Whistleman, what did they do to you? So, say that. Everyone say the line. I know what everyone's gonna say. Everyone's gonna say the thing again, aren't they? Oh, but Musty, your skill issue, Musty, skill issue. Listen, just listen. Just get your listening ears out, all right? Listen. Is not the same melody as. Take it away, past Musty. It's not the same rhythmic melody of whistling. They just threw in some guy whistling. It's not my traffic warden. It's the intern trying to do his job. If I didn't have the flu coming on right now, I'd be a lot more angry. But believe me, gamers. Believe me when I say I'm extremely peeved. You thought my anger would die down a bit, but it has not. And my ears miss you, traffic warden, my beloved. We live in a whistleless society. Bottom text, my brother. Bottom text. Once we're done doing a fantastic eulogy and a ceremony for the death of my Whistleman, we're going into the track whose name I've been unable to say right for some reason. We're going to Royal Waithway. I can say Royal Raceway, but when I'm like talking in a sentence quite fast paced, I end up saying Royal Waithway. So I'm just going to keep saying Royal Waithway, so I don't have to be self-conscious about the fact that I can't say Royal Waithway. So Royal Waithway. What do you think about Royal Waithway? It was one of the better tracks in the N64. And I think it retains that status in the retro selections as well. Does it do anything stellar? Does it do anything mind-blowing? No, but I think, again, aesthetically, fantastic. They use pink in lieu of a lot of colors, like, of course, you know, these little racing strips off to the side there to, like, indicate when the edge of a track is. White, it's pink and white. The walls are pink. Even the piranhas, if I'm not mistaken, the piranha plants are also quite pink as well. Mario Kart 7 must be so pissed off right now. Because one of the coolest things about 7's Mario Circuit was driving through a bunch of cherry blossoms. And what does Mario Kart 8's Royal Waithway do? You drive for a segment with some cherry blossoms and it's really cool looking. Oh my god, thievery! The game's been stolen from! Jesus Christ! Can't go to the castle. Yep. I think it's good. I think it's really, really good. Not really much else to say, to be honest. Really fun track. I love racing on this. What do you think about the music, though? I'd be dead before they make this song sound bad. Actually true. Actually true. Tamayoshi, truing. Once when I'm crying about the loss of going into the grassroots grounds, we go to a track that a lot of people seem to like, but I can't really say I'm that big a fan of.
Come in. Stay or go. He has to go, blood. He has to go, blood.
A lot of people, when I said this is a crossover track, some people are like, no, it's not. It's just a Donkey Kong track. It's like, no. I think this is very clearly trying to be a crossover with Donkey Kong Country Returns. Mario Kart 7 did crossovers in the same way this game did crossovers too. So when you look at the likes of Excitebike Arena, Hyrule Circuit, even if you don't like them as tracks, right? I think you have to agree that in terms of crossovers, in terms of referencing their source material, they do an absolutely phenomenal job. Excitebike has random track layouts, just like the the campaign mode of Excitebike would, and you have Hyrule Circuit, which I think has one of the cooler gimmicks as well, in that there's like pillars that you have to hit in order to activate the Master Sword in the middle, referencing the puzzle game mechanics of the Zelda series. And in this track, what do you really have that's like a cool set piece that's a reference to Donkey Kong Country Return? You go into the Golden Banana Temple. Do you know the same temple that in the original game used to take you to like a different dimension? I feel like the crossover aspect of this track is definitely not utilized enough. It makes it even more glaring how mid this is of the crossover in comparison to other tracks. I've talked long and long about how as a crossover this track sucks. What about the track itself though? Once you take away the fact that it's not a good crossover, what you're left with is a track that's just like, okay. Think about Yoshi's Island and then think about this. I don't know, guys. I don't know. I'm saying it's a bit mid. What do you guys think? I don't know. I'm willing to have my mind changed here. I think it's a smidge unfair to hold it to crossover standards since it isn't really what it's trying to be. Yeah, but like, what else is it trying to be then? Another DK jungle track? We've already had 1.5 of those. Half of DK Mountain is a jungle, and you have DK Jungle Parkway. If they were going to give DK a themed track, why would they give him another jungle? Unless they were deliberately trying to reference Donkey Kong Country Returns. And it was a bad job at that. It feels bland both being a track and a crossover. That's how I felt as well. And the worst part is it's even more bland in this game too, because I don't know if you guys have noticed.
I want to show you something.
In his original game, this was a Special Cup track, and I think the enemies reflected that. Like these enemies, for example, these Tiki Drum enemies, they move a lot more slower in this version, and that's to reflect the fact that it's a Banana Cup track and not a Lightning Cup track, which is understandable, but I think the enemies were probably one of the most unique parts about this. You have the frog that jumps about in a weird pattern that no other enemy ever has, and you have these like Tiki enemies that just move like seamlessly side to side. When Goombas are waddling side to side, you can see them modeling, but these guys seem to like float, so you can't really always necessarily tell like, which way is he going, where is he floating to? I don't know. But I think even the enemies are kind of mid in this version, honestly. I don't really like DK Jungle that much. I know Shifrillis disagrees with me, but guess what? It's not his tier list. It's mine. So I'm going to put it in the mid tier. It's boring. It's boring. That was just some mindless rambling. Let's go. I don't know, guys, man. I mean, it's catchy, but... So because it's a crossover track, this is supposed to go up against this. Having played a lot of Donkey Kong games and heard the Donkey Kong theme done dozens of times, I'm holding any track that also does the DK thing to a very, very, very high standard. And while DK Jungle is very catchy, it's very cool, if you're asking does it spark joy from me, the answer is no. And as a result, I won't be as harsh as I was in my original and give it a D tier, but it's definitely on the lower end of C, I would say. I understand if you disagree because not a lot of you guys will be as Donkey Kong pilled as me. This rendition, compared to like every other rendition I've heard of this type of theme, Jungle Japes from Melee, Palm Tree Groove from Returns, you can't help but be a little disappointed, I would say. I'm fully willing to admit this is just a me thing. The track still sucks though. The track still sucks, I will say. So gamers, once we're done moving from the middest jungle that ever jungled in my life, we go on to the Leaf Cap. And where else do we go in the Leaf Cap? We go to the stadium. The greatest stadium ever made! Oh my god! Wario got so jealous that his stadium became the middest stadium ever that he challenged Waluigi to make a better stadium, and he did. And then Wario clapped back and made this one. This is the part where the tier list man tells you what he thinks about DS Wario Stadium. But I'm gonna be honest, I don't think about this track at all. Has there ever been a track in a Mario game where I just don't think about? I think this is it. I guess this anti-grav bit is kind of cool. You know, this bit where like the stage gets a bit vertical and the fire bars kind of run into the stage. It's kind of cool, right? If I'm being honest, there isn't like a single bit that makes me go, wow, that's DS Wario Stadium. Even the music is just Waluigi Pinball, right? So even on a music front, it doesn't do anything too crazy. So I'm just left with a track that's just like, I mean, it's good, but for a game that like nails aesthetics and makes every track very, very memorable, you can't help but be very disappointed in Wario Stadium, honestly. I'll leave it in C. It's definitely one of the better tracks design-wise, but every one of these tracks has something about it that's memorable. What is Wario Stadium, Emma? Oh, and if you're playing it for the music, we've already got the music, you know? I don't have too many thoughts, but it's good. It got a huge upgrade compared to the DS, and it was already pretty good there. It did, but even then, it's just kind of... I don't know, the song is remixed to fit Wario Stadium, fits the vibes of that track a lot better than Pinball. As a guy who loves listening to like video game music, I have no fucking idea what you guys are talking about when you say the vibe of the music in this track fits Wario Stadium better. I have no fucking clue, because as far as I'm concerned... Now, one debate that I think we should have. The original DS version is better, but this is acceptable. I don't agree, actually. If the DS version's here, I think this version's here. Like, they were very, very, very good. But I think this one has like an inch. I think it's the vibrato on the synth and just the way that electric guitar sounds. The live instruments just really nail it for me on this one. And the way the guitar sounds here. And the loop, I just love the loop. I don't know what it is about this loop. It does nothing special. I think this track is fantastic, but when you're going up against all of these, the bar is just very, very, very high. Once we're done going to Wario Stadium, which, you know, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think his stadium is better than Waluigi's, but I didn't have the nerve to tell him right in front of his face, you know, so... No, oh, Wario, yeah, the track was nice! The track was nice, Wario, yes, I loved it, man, loved it, yeah. Okay, now that he's gone, let's move on to the next track. We're gonna get icy with it. What you know about racing in the deep cold? When your track gets cold, you can call that mental cold. It looks nice, right? It looks really nice. The fireworks, the Aurora Borealis. Aurora Borealis. And this time of year, and this time of day, located entirely within this track. Yes. May I see it? Yes. Doesn't it look really, really nice? Well, Sherbetland, you're an odd fellow, but I must say, you're just a nice track. So as a result, I don't really like you that much. Although I do think going to a nighttime aesthetic has really helped this track a lot. Again, the fireworks, the Aurora Borealis, it looks really, really nice. But then again, I feel like I've said that for nearly every other track in this fucking game. The tracks all look phenomenal for the most part. I think it definitely gets points for like adding underwater paths. I really, really like that. But do you know why it loses points, guys? If you hit one of these freezies, you don't end up getting frozen in a block like you did in Double Dash, as you can see here. You don't end up getting frozen like this. You know, just tumbling over, and it's really fucking lame. I hate it. Yeah, this track is just,
Teemo, the house is boring.
How many steamed hams references? I haven't even like thought about steamed hams in years. And I've made like 10 references to it in this one fucking video alone. Anyway, let's listen to the music, shall we? We're all here for the Whistle Man. I think the Whistle Man saves you from the bowels of like lamery. I'll leave you there and call it a day. Once we're done seeing the Aurora Borealis, we go to another nighttime vibe. Oh my god. Fucking love Music Park, don't you guys? You fucking love Music Park. Fucking love Music Park. Yes! Another track that's been done aesthetically well. I'm gonna lose my voice if I say aesthetically again. If you're playing a drinking game, please stop. I'm not responsible, okay? But the dynamic lighting on this track is, oh, it's so good. I love it. Just look at the original. Just put them side by side and you'll see exactly what I mean.
This is the thing I'm talking about right here.
You go across a piano, a xylophone, a glockenspiel, and then you get to probably one of my favorite set pieces in any track ever, the jumping notes. If you keep in time with the music, you can tell exactly when they're gonna land. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boing! Yeah! You hear that? A tier. Stay up there. Oh, but what about that melody? What is that music melody? Hey, do you know what, gamers? I didn't tell you. I didn't tell you, man. You know who I got? I got Beethoven right here. Yo, Beethoven, I know you're deaf, but listen to that guitar. Like, you could accuse it of being maybe a bit too simple to go into my S tier, but I think it being simple lends itself so well to the track itself that I can't help but think it's S tier. It's a simple 4/4 melody, but it has to be in order to be able to, for every person to be able to keep time with the music. And for what it is, for how simple it has to be, it is utterly fantastic to listen to, and it goes into the S tier. Once I'm done getting jiggy with it, gamers, we go on to the Yoshi Sanctuary. Oh my god. Yoshi everywhere. Will they stop? They don't care. Yoshi everywhere. Are they here? Are they there? Yoshi everywhere. I've run out of rhymes. How do I dare? I do have to correct an error I made in my original video. I said that in the original N64 version, the paths were randomized. They weren't randomized in the original version. That is incorrect. But I think in this version, they removed a lot of the hazards from the original N64 version. And I think it makes this track a bit less compelling, especially when you know where the right path is. I think one of the bare elements of the original was that, like, because of the hardware limitations, you didn't know where people's positioning was. Once you figure out the correct path to go, which is just left and then left again, look, even this person does it. That's it. That's all you do. Now, you can always make the argument that, oh, like the bridge is actually quite, like, tough, you know, like, you can always get knocked off of this bridge. And well, that might have been true in the original 64 version, where the controls were a lot more harsh. I think the tightness of the controls in Mario Kart 8 kind of lowers the risk factor of driving on what is relatively just a simple bridge, really. While I think it could have probably one of the coolest gimmicks in the entire series of having all of these paths, you don't know which one's going to be the fastest. As soon as you figured out Yoshi Valley, it's just kind of boring. Boring! Woo! Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it's a hoop down and a hoop danny. Woo! We're in a Yoshi hoedown. Woo! I do think this part of the track is a little bit, if you ask me, a little bit lame. Although the banjo in the background kind of carries it. Ba-dum-bum-ba-dum-bum. Ba-dum-bum-ba-dum-bum-bum. Oh, the violin at the end here. Oh my god! Woo! That loop is also very nice. If we're doing a good loop versus bad loop, this one is a good loop. And I think I want to leave it on the higher echelon of A tier. So once we're done going to the Yoshi everywhere, will they stop? They don't care. But do you know what also doesn't stop? Time. Because time's a tool you put on the wall or wear it on your wrist. The past is far behind us. The future doesn't exist. Ooh, what's the time? It's 9:15. Time to take a bath. What do you mean? We're already clean. Stop, the water screen. What do we think is really good, guys? What do we think is really good about it? Yes. Thank you, class. Thank you. The aesthetic. It looks phenomenal, doesn't it? It was always a good track in the DS version, and I think they've done a pretty good job with it in here too. I didn't know this until about last week. Please tell me I'm not alone. Please tell me. I didn't know you could drive up this thing. He's gonna do it. I didn't know you could do that. I genuinely didn't know you could drive up the clock handle there. That's so cool. Could you do that in the original? I didn't know that. I didn't know you could do that! It's new to Mario Kart. Well, that probably explains it. I'm sorry, I took my hats off to this one. I didn't know you could do that. It's so cool, isn't it? One thing I do know is that in the original DS version, this section here was actually very harsh, in that the gears are spinning a certain direction. If you decide to go against the tide of the spin, you get punished quite harshly for that unless you follow the direction of the spin. In this one, they decided to temper that a bit. So if you're driving against the spin, you are going to go slower, but it's a lot less punishing. And far be it from me to say, hey, I wanted something to be a bit more harder in my baby game. But I think with the fact that the gears are clearly colored now, and you can see the arrows pointing you into whatever direction, I think the gears being still as harsh as they were in the DS version, I think would have worked way better. Especially with the fact that there's a glider section as well, so you can avoid one or two of the gears if you're not quite got the hang of it yet. And then the gear bit at the end as well, one of them spinning the right way, one of them spinning the wrong way. They still kept that from the DS too. Overall though, other than that one nitpick I would say, I still think this track is still just as good. Maybe a little less as good because of that one little nitpick I have, but still just as good. And I would say it's still very, 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 very solid. Upper echelon even, I would say. Very, very good. Okay, today's version is kind of Z's. This one's a big glow up. I think if you mean in terms of, say the word, guys, in terms of the... this one is way better, but in terms of like the racing on it, I'd say it's about the same. Wow, TikTok clock was good to race on, but what about the music? I do like the fact that unlike the original, there's like a big giant ringing alarm clock in the beginning. It almost makes you feel like your alarm is trying to wake you up after you snoozed it 7 times, doesn't it? It almost gives you that feeling, doesn't it? You know, it's TikTok clock, boom, you're awake. I think what would have made it better is if they played this at the same time. Why does it work though? Why does it work? And then the ending bit, Bum 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 bum. I really like it. I like the TikTok clock is good. I'll put it here. I'll put it in A as well. Pure fire. Did you like my version? What did you guys think of my version of it? It was good, wasn't it? It was good, right? Finally a good song. Anyway. Once we're done TikToking on the clock, when the party don't stop, and you're done having PTSD from the iPhone alarm sound, we're gonna go to the greatest tourist attraction of all time. The Piranha Plant Slide. Oh my god! Piranha Plant Slide was easily one of my favorite tracks in Mario Kart 7, and I think it retains that spot here too. They didn't really do too much to change it, but you didn't really need to do that much to change what is otherwise a peak track, right? I think the consistency of being able to speed along the slide along, would you say? It's just a really fun way of navigating a track, you know? Oh man, when you finally go into the sewer proper, oh my god. Look at this. Look at the guys, it's just good. This is the part where like I mentioned, you know, game design, aesthetic, cool factor, amazing, good track, what I like about it, what I don't like about it. I'm not gonna do any of that. I'm just gonna put it here, and you guys are just gonna cry. Okay, you guys are gonna cry about it. Oh, Piranha Plant Slide is such a good track. It's so good. 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 Huh? This is awesome right now. Huh? Actually, let me just not elaborate and let me just have this one. Okay? Can I have this one? Thank you. I appreciate that. What the music though? Oh my god. So, what was that? I can't hear you. I'm listening to this. And this bit here. Well, Piranha Plant, you're an odd fellow, but I must say, you make a good track. Oh my god, so once we're done sliding out of the Piranha Plant Slide, where do we end up at the end of the slide? Oh, brother! I'm standing outside an active volcano here. It looks like it's deadly, it looks like it's gonna boil me alive. What's that? Hang on, sorry. Pause everything. You know this is peak. Stop it. I love the presumptuousness of this chat message, because it implies that even though I've been very consistent for like 3 years of doing Mario Kart tier lists, that, oh, guys, you know what? Guys, I was just lying. It's all a lie. You know what? I love Grumble. I was just lying this whole time. The aesthetic, miss. The hazards, miss. The gimmick is very, very fun. It's very, very, very fun. The idea of the stage crumbling and like losing parts of it as the laps go on, thus making it harder, is such a clever concept for a track. I just hate everything else about this. I hate it so much. I hate it about as much as the fact that my hair has now become an afro, a mini afro, and as a result, my Waluigi hat no longer fits me. That's about how much I hate this track, and I really, really hate that I cannot wear this hat properly now, because it keeps falling off, and I don't like it. I'm so angry. Seymour, the house is boring! Real Sir Musty fans might notice that I didn't put in F tier, and that's solely because the whole crumbling gimmick is actually really, really, really fun. I actually really like it. It's just in service of a shit track. So I can't put it in F because it actually has a cool gimmick. So I'm gonna put it in D tier. I'm gonna put it in D tier for that. Well done, Grumble. Well done. You're not in F tier anymore. Dog shit track. The music, though? Loyal So Musty viewers, I am now standing alongside Mr. Grumble himself. And I just gotta say, Mr. Grumble, this is the best you could do? Really? Well, it's not my fault you were running out of time. That's just kind of... Oh, I don't know, man. Send him home.
Seymour, the house is lame.
It's all worth suffering through the worst volcano ever. Because guess what we go to next? Oh, my lords. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm standing alongside Mr. Rainbow. Mr. Rainbow, what did you do to this track? It's phenomenal now. It was so bad in the N64 version. Kevin, you've got your work cut out for you. I'm fucking schizophrenic as fuck today, dude. How did you do this? Drugs? Where can I get some? Oh, man. Show someone this screenshot. It's got the city. It's got the rainbow. It's got a good... Thank you, guys. It's just got absolutely everything you could want in a Rainbow Road. The train as well. Oh my god. The train. Guys, look at the steam train that goes along and throws coins at you. It's so good. The fireworks of all the characters. Oh, look at it just looks... Listen, I get it. Listen. There is one criticism that I'm willing to understand in that racing on this track isn't that compelling. And as a result, it won't go in my S+ tier, which is where you're in the contention for top 10. Look, come on, guys. Come on. Just look at this. Just look at this. I fucking love racing on this track. How did they turn the worst Rainbow Road into this? Guys, we take a break from our Mario Kart tier list to give you a one-liner. A guy walks into a bar, and he was disqualified from the Limbo contest. Appreciate it. As for... Oh, this is... Oh, fucking A. Where are all of you? Where are all the Rainbow Road haters? Today I'm just not in the mood to sing, guys. I'm just not in the mood, I'm so sorry. It's Rainbow Road, it's where you go when you die. Rainbow Road, I'll miss you again. It's Rainbow Road, it's where you go when you die. It's Rainbow Road. It's just alright. Oh my lord. Get sender, guys. Those in the doors that way, send her home. Boo.
If you can't do the time, don't do the crime.
Where were you guys when they made DLC Pack 1? Do you guys even remember DLC Pack 1? Or did it come as standard for Mario Kart 8 Deluxe? You guys don't remember the Wii U. I remember the Wii U. I remember being so excited. Yoshi Circuit was finally coming back. The Mercedes DLC was like the best thing ever made, wasn't it, guys? Wasn't it? Look, guys, look. It's shaped like a Yoshi. I'll give you guys a minute. Let it in the house. Let that sink in. In terms of being a track, though, I always have a thorn in my side when it comes to Yoshi Circuit in any rendition that isn't the original GameCube version. Do you know why? Where's the shortcut? Where's that shortcut over there, huh? Where's the shortcut? Oh, I'm gonna have my... This is my boomer moment, guys. You Zoomers will never understand the tunnel shotgun, how cool it was. Get rid of it. Even Yoshi-copter is it's just a regular helicopter now, isn't it? Look, it's just a regular helicopter. That's not my Yoshi-copter. Either way, I'm just stalling. I'm just stalling. You can tell when I don't really have much to say. It's still a fun track to play on, but that's just kind of it, really. I don't really have much else to say. And I'll leave you here, Yoshi Circuit. I'll leave you there, and I'll call it a day. What about the music, though? Oh, the music! Hey, yo, Mr. Yoshi. You were cooking with this one, man. I like the whistles. But I like the way you kept those whistles in there, man. I really like the fact that they've got the jazziness of Mario Kart 8 and you've got the whistles from Double Dash, and it creates an absolute symphony to the ears. Do you know what's got me confused, right? Just listen to the guitar here. Oh, that little guitar riff is just... I never noticed it before. I literally just noticed that for the first time now. Do it. That's such a... Yeah, you know what? I think that little extra guitar riff just pushes it into... It was already going to be high A, but a little... Oh, fucking... God, Yoshi's Circuit. It's been 9 years and you're still just fucking... You sound amazing. Not the best to race on, but you are fantastic to listen to. Best circuit theme. All where's the DS Andes? Oh, this is Mario. It's DS Mario Circuit. It's the figure eight circuit. That's what you guys are gonna. That's what you sound. So once we're done driving on the Yoshi, which you only just discovered now is a Yoshi, by the way, we're gonna go to the arena. Are you excited to go to the arena? Have you bought your bike? Because we're going. The Excite Bike Arena. What do you guys think about Excite Bike Arena? I didn't realize. I feel like in the years that this track has been out, it's become oddly contentious. As you can see, some people saying boring bike arena, Excite Shike Arena, Peak Arena, Baby Park if it was bad, it's a good track. Just the opinions. This is just... There's so many different takes here. Excite Bike Arena is an excellent crossover track. The fact that the track layouts are randomized with the trick ramps every single time you play them is such a nice homage to its original source material that I can't help but think that is just really, really, really charming. The mud puddles as well add a nice little gimmick as well. Could it have a bit more to it? Probably. But I think for what it is, which is a crossover track with a relatively forgotten Nintendo IP, I think it does a fantastic job. Normally I'm so good at staving off the hate, but I've not seen hate like this. You guys are just hating so hard. But I'm gonna go against the grain. I'm used to being the minority. So when I put this in B tier, I'm expecting you guys to get really, really annoyed with me. I'm expecting that. But to be honest, I don't care. Do you know what? You guys can cry harder while I listen to this bumping ass beat. Again, I just love like the 8-bit sounding instruments that they use for this. They don't use like a big band. They use like rather like they keep it quite simple because remember this is a franchise that kind of peaked in the NES if we're being honest. They had a couple of games after obviously, but didn't really go much further. So obviously they're trying to replicate that NES aesthetic and it does such a good job of that. Just listen to it. Even though like the blah, 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 you can hear the bit like you can hear like in one ear as well. You can hear the blah, 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 and you can hear the da 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 da. It makes such good use of stereo audio and a victory theme. And the guitar to round out that loop. I just like it. This track gets better with blue shells only. In all honesty, every track gets better with blue shells only. This is how you do a crossover, as Alfonso said. This is how you do a crossover track. And to be honest, consider my crossover. Consider my crossover. Cut that out, Kevin. That was bad.
No.
Once you're done crossing over the crossover, we go into a certain driftway. You could say a dragon driftway. Okay, I get it. Your name's Dragon. You can't make a Dragon D's nut stroke because it's your name. Anyway, your track sucks. Get out of my house. I think Jimmy Thing actually sums up my thoughts. My least favorite track, and I don't know why that is. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why I don't really think about. This has the DS Wario Stadium problem. Is it good? I guess. Do I think about this track? No. Is the track nail its... Say it with me, guys. Aesthetic? Does the track nail the aesthetic? Sure. But... What is the most mid thing you can think of to like put on the green screen behind me? You, Sir Musty? That's mean. That is very, very mean. You can stay there, okay? Do you know what's also mean? My opinion on the music. Wow, do you guys feel like this is Asian inspired? Wow. Could you guys tell? Yeah, I think LA King has some good elements, but nothing to write home about. You know, you said it better than I could, so do you know what? Instead of finishing this, I'll leave this right here. Once you're done racing on probably one of the most pleasant aesthetics that you still think are mid for some reason, we go to a city. We go to a really good city, but I can't talk about it. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say about Musi? You drive really... It's like F-Zero, but Mario Kart. Look how fast you get to drive. What the hell is this? See, the real debate is this one better than Big Blue, or is Mute City the banger of the two? That's the real debate. Because let's just save ourselves some time, right? Let's just save ourselves some time here. It's in contention for the best in the entire game, right? Well, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to say? Do you want me to lie to you? Do you want me to lie? Do you want me to lie to you and say this isn't a really good track? Is that what you want me to say? I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna be different. I'm not gonna be like, I'm not gonna be not like the other girls. I'm just gonna be like every single other girl. I like coffee. I like Starbucks. Mean Girls is one of my favorite films ever. What other girl opinions are there? Fuck. Boys, they suck, and Mute City's amazing. All right, there we go. But let's just. Oh my god, that melody, please. Oh my lord. Take me away. Oh man. We're making out the sea with this one. Saxophone man. Don't let me get in your way, sax man. Take it away. And he still keeps coming. Video game music that goes hard. So hard that you can't even screenshot it. It's got to be one of the best tracks in the game for me, without a shadow of a doubt. Once we're done leaving the city, we pick up a job at a certain mine that's owned by everyone's favorite greedy bastard. Wario's Gold Mine. I have a long history with this track. In my original video, I put it in the F tier, just to keep up the slander, because I hated it in its original incarnation. But you know what? Putting my childhood trauma aside of constantly getting knocked off when I went down this bit here, I've actually come to realize something about Wario's Gold Mine. So it's actually a pretty decent track, actually. I actually quite like it. I think it nails the... Say the word with me, guys. Say the word. Aesthetic. One thing I don't like, though, I really liked the minecarts when, like, they were hazardous. I think they were very fun. But them being non-hazardous kind of takes away the only, like, true, like, interesting gimmick that this track could have, if you ask me. Other than the minecarts being, like, a very imposing hazard, all that you're left with is a track that, like, the only part that's difficult is maybe staying on the track. We've already played this track in Wii. We all know how this track goes, right? So, like, the difficulty of staying on the track, especially on that downhill part, it's kind of lost its effectiveness over time, right? They're non-hazardous because there's an anti-grav segment. Even as an anti-grav segment, I don't think this is that interesting. I don't think it's that interesting, if I'm being honest. I think me putting an F tier was just pure slanderous. But you really want me to put this in above C tier? You guys really want me to put this up here? Forget about up here. You guys really think it deserves to be here? No? What does he even do? That's all I'm saying. 8 Wario Gold Mine. What does he even do? F tier in my original ranking was definitely harsh. Wario Kart Stadium in B, but not Gold Mine. Yes, absolutely. I will stand by that take. As a beginning track, Mario Kart Stadium is a fantastic opener to Mario Kart. In the Triforce Cup, coming back for DLC, all you've done to Wario's Gold Mine is make it less interesting. How am I going to put that higher than Mario Kart Stadium when it's less interesting than it was in Wii? You tell me what it's done to deserve its spot. It's nepotism. The only reason you're putting Gold Mine over Stadium is nepotism. It's because it reminds you of your childhood. Oh my god, it makes me feel because it's fun. Oh, is it? Is the music at least fun? Mr. Wario, so glad you could join us. The conditions in your slavery camp, people are having to piss in bottles because you won't give them break times? Is this true? Also, you penalize people for, like, you put them on strict deadlines, and I have a document here that says that you, in fact, make people piss in bottles. You force them. In fact, you drink the piss. You said, and I quote, it goes very well with garlic. I think it's catchy, it's boppy, it's got some fun to it, and I think it deserves a spot in B tier. I can't put it higher than that, if I'm being honest. I dream that Nintendo revealed Waluigi's severed left leg as a playable character, and this music was used. Let's just move on, shall we? Let's move on. Let's swiftly move on. Once we're done having a very weird dream about Waluigi's severed leg, we go to a road, a rainbow road. SNES Rainbow Road, it's a classic, isn't it? It's one of the few times where they've made a Super Nintendo track and it doesn't suck balls. So I have to give you props for that, SNES Rainbow Road. I have to give you I almost said SNES Bowser Castle 3 because that's like the other time. I think the thwomps are also such a really, really nice gimmick. Not only do they block off a good chunk of the track, making it very difficult to race on, but they also like have ripples so that you can jump off them to get some tricks and gain some speed. So I think the thwomps are just like an all-round very, very well done hazard in this game. I don't know if they damage you on contact the same way they did on Super Nintendo, but if they don't, I think that's probably for the best, if I'm being honest. Did you know that these thwomps are actually a different species of thwomps? Well, of course, the CEO of Thwomp Ruins knows that. I wouldn't, but yeah, of course. Let's jam. Come on. Come on. Everyone's favorite bit. Everyone's favorite bit. I think it deserves a spot. Obviously, it's obviously in the A tier. Were you think it was going to go lower than that? I think so. Tabby, you said what? The original SNES version will always be best. I'll have what he's having. I'll have what he's having, Chief. Smoking that Super Nintendium. Oh fuck! I just saw what the next track is. Oh fuck! Oh no! Please, I don't want to go to Ice Outpost. Mom, can I stay home from school today? I don't want to go to Outpost. Open the door. Give me the slander names, chat. Give me the slander names. Snore Outpost. Ice Jump Scare. I think Bowser Dude is actually correct when he says overhated, but still not good. Now, I put this in like the bottom valleys of F tier in my original tier list. I think that's a bit mean. It is nice of them to design an ice track where you're not just straight driving on ice the entire time. I will give it props for that. You don't get a lot of props, you still get a little bit. You get a tiny bit of props, just like an infinitesimally small amount of, a single prop, not props, just prop. The two parts are just neat, you know? I just think they're kind of neat. Are they anything that's gonna make it higher than D tier? No. Seymour, the house is still boring. Please, Seymour, the house is so boring. It's boring. What about the music? Is the music boring? So I think this version's a lot better than this one. This is actually the original version, by the way, guys. This Japanese name is actually Slippery Twister. That's such a cooler name. You know what, guys? That's what this is. See, this is Ice Outpost. This is Slippery Twister. Of course, all jokes aside, if we're comparing just the original version, I think it sounds fine. Say the light, guys. Say it all with me. We're gonna say it in a chorus. In a game that has such a high bar, being fine is not good enough. Well done, class. Thank you. And I think as a result, Seymour, the house is lame. Once we're done going to the Slippery Twister, we slip right into Zelda's DMs. Wow, a crossover track done right. Crazy. DK Jungle, take notes. I've seen this track get a fair bit of stick as of late. You know, Bowser Dude, even the legendary Bowser Dude, coming in with a layout not very fun, to be honest. Could they have maybe done more? But like, I still really give them props. Oh, he nearly got screwed over there. I have to give a massive props for introducing a whole different type of stage element into Mario Kart. And that's these anti-grav pillars. If you knock into all three of them within a short space of time, it activates the... Oh, he doesn't go up to the... See, he didn't activate. It activates another ramp, and you go up, and you trick along the Master Sword. It's quite nice. I have so much respect and adoration for them just inventing a whole new gimmick that trends with Zelda's puzzle-based game design so well. And it plays the sound as well. It plays the sound. It plays the funny Zelda sound, guys. Come on, it's charming. It's charming. And then the piranha plants are like, the piranha plants are they're not Deku scrubs. What the fuck are they called? Oh fuck, I forgot. It's not this guy, is it? What are they called? Oh no, I forgot what they're called. They're called the Deku something. Even the piranha plants are Deku barbers. Thank you. Even the piranha plants are Deku barbers, guys. Oh come on. That's really cool. And then they got the keys instead of the bats. Come on. To be honest, as much as I have a lot of respect for this being a pretty solid crossover, I do have to agree with the majority in that as a crossover track, I think it's done well enough where it will be remembered fondly, but I don't think gameplay-wise it has enough for me to rank in the highest of highest tiers. And I think that rating will reflect it. I think it's a B. I think it's a B tier track, and I think I'll put it here. I think the middle of B. When we do future crossover tracks, we can at least expect a track of Hyrule Circus quality, if not more. I think it does that at least, and I have to give it its plaudits for that. It's kind of tragic that they did a Zelda track before Breath of the Wild, because the Breath of the Wild track would have been peak, especially if it was sanctioned. True. Maybe if they do another crossover. Remember, this is like one of the first times they officially did crossover tracks. I know they did it with Woohoo and there, but like, this is like a big advertising. Yeah, we're going to cross over an entirely new franchise. So for that, I think the bar is set high, but passably high. In the next game, if they did like a Metroid gimmick like I want them to in Mario Kart 9, I would expect them to either match Hyrule Circus tempo, or ideally be better, because, you know, new game, you have new stuff. In terms of music, you have to admit, this also sets a good bar too. This is a good one, isn't it? This is a good one. Oh my god! Link! And then Link! And who's over there? Link again? Oh my god, I've got all the Links with me! Link, isn't this such a cool track? Me and all the Links are just partying over here, man. Oh, shred, my man, just shred. Again, what's it? You got Hyrule Field, Zelda theme, like the title theme. You've got fucking Zelda's Lullaby. You've got like fucking a reference to the Hyrule Field from Twilight Princess. You've got so many good references all thrown in there, and I think again it sets the gold standard for what music in a crossover track can be. So when I place it in the top end of A, I don't think you guys are gonna blame me too much, are you? Oh man, once we're done going to Hyrule and having a good time, do you know where Hyrule sends their children when they're really young to go play? They send them to the baby park. Gamers, inside you there are two wolves. One that likes baby park, and the other that kicks dogs for fun. Which side of history are you on, gamers? Which side of history are you on? Or whichever side was the good side. I forgot which side I pointed to, I'm gonna be honest. Oh, but without the Bowser shell, the chaos is— shut up! It's good! There's still chaos! There's still loads of chaos! If you hate this track, you hate babies. And guess what? That means you hate yourself because you were a baby. But you know what you're gonna say to me? Haha, I hate myself anyway. Because you're a self-loathing zoomer. And is that really a life to live? Another musty rant aside. You already know where this is gonna go. Is it gonna be the best track in the game? I have to wait to find out. What about the music though? What about the music? You know, obviously this is where it starts, and then lap 2, what happens in lap 2? Oh yes, it's even faster, yes! We're gonna get speed. And then lap 3, baby, we're getting even faster than this. Yes! Even faster! Even faster! And then even faster than that! You guys already know where this is gonna go, obviously. You guys... You know, music-wise, I'd put it like, yeah, I don't think it's in my top 10 personally, but I'd leave it. I wasn't expecting it to get that chaotic, but hey. Where's my... I lost my original one. No, not you! Oh no, not this again! Guys, I'm sorry, I lost my original one! It's nice of you to join our stream, Shafrilus. I heard that you think Cheeseland is a stinker. Do you want to explain yourself, Mr. Shafrilus? What, you're leaving already? What do you mean? You just got here! Well, there he goes. I messed up the collab, guys. I messed up the collab. But Misty, you're bagging. Firstly, I don't even know what the fuck bagging is. I'm gonna be honest. I have no fucking idea what you mean when you say that. One thing modern Mario Kart just is very allergic to is big, massive shortcuts. And I like the fact that if you got 2 mushrooms, boom, you got one shortcut here, and you got another one, you can glide over the hole for another amazing shortcut. I like that sort of thing. We need more tracks that do these crazy shortcuts. We need this. I like this sort of thing. It's fun. It's cool. It's edgy. Is it as cool as the original version though? Probably not. But it's cool. It's cool, man. I like it. I don't care what you guys say. No, I'm definitely not self-conscious. No. Good, okay? Good, leave me alone. Oh, that. Oh my gosh. Jerry, do you like Cheeseland? Jerry says yes. I'm gonna be honest, guys. It doesn't have that same iconic bass that the original GBA one did, but do you know what they did instead? Do you know what they did? Oh, saxophone man, take me away. Saxophone man stays winning. Seymour, the house is on fire. Once we're done burning the cheese land, because we're just so fire, we end up going to the woods. This is where I make some more enemies. Oh my lord. Just like with Swamp Ruins, I also had a chat with the CEO of Wildwoods, and she had some choice words for me. I put this in C originally, but I think after our conversation, I might have had my mind changed. Let's have a look. Say the A word with me, guys. Aesthetic. I think the aesthetic of this track, especially in a post-BCP society, I think it absolutely nails it, right? This Shy Guy village. Oh, look at the swinging Shy Guys. Oh, come on. The Shy Guys on the bridge. This Shy Guy, you would love to live in this Shy Guy city, wouldn't you? Doesn't it look so nice? And look at the town, look, all the little details that you wouldn't get in it. My BCP track would never get this level of detail. Just look at all of, look at this beauty. The houses, even the house. Look at this house on the bottom right. It looks like a Shy Guy. Look at that. You would never get this from the BCP. And some of you guys want BCP too? Really? You guys would never. And a downhill water section, which is always quite fun. And then you speed up some lily pads to wrap up the lap. One final shortcut, obviously. I think this track gets slept on a lot. And I think in a post-BCP society, I think it's very, very easy to see just how much quality and detail went into this track. When we have another 48 tracks that maybe could have got a bit more than they probably deserved, but considering they're on a time frame, they never got the chance to. As for Wildwoods, though, again, I put it in C originally. I think it definitely right foot creeps its way into the middle of B tier, I would say. I would have originally put it like around here, but I think I'm going to leave it here. That's as good as you're going to get for me, Wildwood fans. But the music, though. Again, the chanting. Oh, the chanting, the ha. I just love it. Ah! Ha. Ha. Ba-da-ba-da-bum, bum, ba-da-bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-da-bum. All the instruments just work so well together. It's just like an ensemble cast. Absolutely love the way this sounds. The flute. Oh. Violin man, please. I don't understand if you sleep on the racetrack, but if you sleep on the music, you need to get your ears are busted, brother man. Your ears are busted. Absolutely busted. Animal Crossing, the babiest baby game that ever gamed ever. Oh man. City Tripper Villager Girls, where are we at? Where are the City Tripper Villager Girls at? So you have spring, you got your summer, you've got your autumn, and you've got your winter. Now the real question is, which version is your favorite version? For me, it's gotta be winter. I'm a winter Andy. Autumn, winter, summer, autumn. Now, of course, the stage changes in like small ways based on which version you're playing, which I think is also a really nice touch, another nice reference to its source material. And I would say, from someone who's never played an Animal Crossing game, I would say it does a good job of selling me on what Animal Crossing is. You know, I quite like it. We're Aurora Boreal! The seasonal gimmick is quite fun. I quite like it. It doesn't do anything too crazy to warrant it any higher than B tier. But I think the bottom of B tier is well deserved for it. Which music version, gamers? Are you a spring Donny? Oh, that flute. Oh, it's nice, isn't it? It's nice. What about summer though? Goofy ass sound? Goofy ass violin? Or maybe. Jingle bells, Batman smells. Rossetti laid an egg. But you know which one peak is, guys? You know what? It's gotta be. It's gotta be autumn. Oh man. Oh man. Oh, don't you just love watching the leaves fall? It's great, isn't it? This bit here as well. Man. The fact that every version is so consistently good, but there's one that just blows out the fucking water, I have to give it an S tier, right? I just fucking have. I just love this. I love this so much. It's just so good. So after we're done crossing some animals, I'm gonna take you to a city. You could say a new Bowser City. Is it Koopa City or is it Koopa Shitty? If you say Koopa Shitty, you're banned, by the way. I don't know why I made up a slander name for a track I really, really like. I think Shafrilla said it best when he said, half the fan base hates this, and half the fan base loves this. Say the A word, guys. The aesthetic is phenomenal. Just look, it's just really, really nice seeing a Bowser track that isn't in a castle. The fucking U-turns at the end are so harsh. But that's why I love it. That's why I love it, you know? I think this bit here, I think the puddles at the end were a bit better if you ask me. But I think all in all, can you tell I like Neo Bowser City? This track is just very, very fun to race on. Very good aesthetic. Oh, just let me live. Can I live in Neo Bowser City, please? Oh, I think it just about misses the S+. I think it's the highest S tier. So it has like 7 million billion references in it. It's great, isn't it? I fucking love. I love Neo Bowser City, man. I just want to live in a city. It's because I'm a Londoner. I love it, all right? Once we're done living in the best city ever made, I think we took the wrong turn from Neo Bowser City. I think we ended up in Andy's toy room. God damn. What the hell is going on here? How did we shrink down? You guys remember where you were when they first revealed this? I did not believe this was My Ribbon Road. What, do you mean like the lamest, one of the lamer looking tracks? In the GBA, aesthetically, anyway? And look what they've done with the place. Nice of Baby Mario to invite us up to play toys in his room, eh, Luigi? The standard Red Ribbon Road here. And you get to the blue section with the Mega Koopas. I think they're a slow but interesting gimmick that you have to kind of keep your eyes out for. And then you get to the blue anti-grav section. You can do tricks off the waviness of the ribbons, a couple of shortcuts if you're feeling extra fancy, you know? No, hang on. This is green, and that's blue. What are you guys talking about? Are you guys trolling me again? This is green. You guys are trolling me again. Anyway, yeah. So this green section again, you got the anti-grav section. I think it's quite fun. Clown boxes as well. Jack in the Box, the clown in the box. Oh man, it's pretty cool, isn't it? What color are the clothes? This is brown. Let's just go ahead and put this up here, shall we? Can we go ahead and put that up there? What an absolute upgrade. Oh, guys, I'm just hitting the waves. Crazy, goddamn. Oh, this bit here. Guys, I can safely confirm that Ribbon Road is in contention for my top 10 of all time. We love Ribbon Road, don't we, guys? I fucking love Ribbon Road. Do you know what we also love, though? Do you know what track we also love? Who's gonna do it? Who's gonna do it? Who's gonna say it? Go on, tell me. Tell me you hate Super Bell Subway. Go for it. Go on. You're lying. Yeah, I heard you. You're lying. You heard me. You're a liar. You're an absolute liar. You're a fake and a fraud. The BCP could absolutely never make a track with such charm and grace. And it has a funny face. If you hate it, you're a disgrace. And I glide along this track with grace. I think I used grace twice. I think my problem with Moonview Highway, for example, is I think the cars were a bit too much. I think the trains are a constant threat without being too much. For example, you know that if you've seen the trains, they're probably not going to have enough of a chance to wrap around to harm you again. So for example, there's train number 1, which is going where you're going, and then there's train number 2, which is going away from you. You've seen both trains now, so you know that it's relatively safe to drift as inwards as possible. And I quite like that. It's quite a consistent gimmick that once you look out for, you can correctly make the best decisions going forward. And I really like that. And I like the fact that they use both sides of trains. You know, they use like the above track, the platform, where there's like maps and like Yoshis and there's a cafe. And they use the underground bit where the actual train prop. They just absolutely nail this entire track perfectly, as far as I'm concerned. Oh man, Super Bell Subway. It's in the top. It's in the S+. I love Super Bell Subway. I love it. Let it be known. I'll scream from the roofs. I love trains. Oh, the music. 2 different versions, of course. One that plays when you're in the railway, and one that plays when you're in the state of platform proper. There's so many bells and whistles, almost in a literal sense, that add to the platform. You're on a train platform aesthetic. Again, little sounds like that. What does that sound like? Does it sound like an announcement coming from like a tannoy? Does it sound like someone just got checked out at like a nearby cafe? They have so many of those little bells and whistles, and I just absolutely love it. I really do. The accordion as well. Again, it's such deliberate use of instruments. You can almost imagine that there's a guy with an accordion just playing on the subway station before you go inside proper. It's such purposeful use of instruments, and I absolutely adore it for that. And then this bit here. Again, this part deliberately sounds quite tinny, like it's coming from like a speaker. Again, it's like the music that would play when you're in an elevator going down to the platform, maybe. It's all so purposeful. I love it. And then that accordion for the perfect loop. And we didn't even talk about the railway version. We didn't even talk about that version. Oh my lord! Oh, what's that? The underground theme when you're underground? Is your mind blown yet? You guys are saying that you can't hear it in game. I advise you to use this button here on your Switch to turn the sound up. I hope I've solved your problem. Once I'm done solving problems, as I tend to do quite a lot, I know, they call me the solver, the fixer, even. We get on to the final track of the original 48. We go on to the biggest blue that ever blued. Oh my lord. Blue! Oh man. I just want to hear it, guys. Go on. Say your love for Big Blue. Go for it. Big Blue, more like Big W. My beloved best. The only course that can rival that Mount Wario for the top spot as a big shout. Top 2 tracks in the entire series. Just look at it. Every single part of this track, you're constantly doing interesting things. Like, if we just go all the way back. Again, you've got the iconic speed that every F-Zero crossover track needs. You've got the wider, slower path if you want to grab some coins to max out that coin count. And you've got conveyor belts as well for even more speed. Oh, it's just speed. And you're like, hang on, maybe that's too much speed. No, we're going to get even speedier. And guess what? Water. How about we have water to speed you up even more? They gave, oh, hang on. How many things do we have in Mario Kart that give you speed? Let's include even the hoops. The hoop rings to give you extra speed. Everything is just speed. Speed. Oh, hey, do you know those cannon shots that like send you really far? Let's do one of those as well, because we're all about that speed. Oh my lord. It has one thing it wants to do, and it fucking nails it to such an amazing degree. Oh, man. What do you want me to say, huh? Yeah. Hey, hang on, where did people... Oh, no, whoa, I'm sorry. No, you're up here. But I'd like to formally apologize for leaving it below S+. I'm sorry. I was close. I'm so sorry. I like my BBW... I was gonna say BBWs. I do like BBW. But I also like BBTs as well. Big, beautiful tracks. Big, beautiful tracks. And that's what Big Blue is. Am I gonna have Seymour in the thumbnail? Sax man, take me away. This bit. Sax man, do the thing. I hear you guys. You guys keep crying at me. Third lap version, Musty. Show the third lap. I got shit, guys. Do you really think I was gonna... doesn't stop shredding, does he? Jesus Christ! They just don't stop, do they? This is the sole reason Mario Kart sold 33.5 million copies. Actually true. Actually real.
Paid DLC courses will be coming to the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe game. This is the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe Booster Course Pass.
The Booster Course Pass, huh? Or should I say, the Booster Tour Pass? This was left high and dry for like, what, 5 years? And Nintendo was just like, hey, got some tour tracks knocking about. How about we use them? That'd be kind of cool. And guess what? It was kind of cool. So let's get started with the first track in what was, at the time, a rather disappointing Wave 1. Is it still disappointing now? To this day, Paris Promenade. I think Paris Promenade did a very good job of showcasing what tour is. They have this gimmick where, hey, you take different paths every lap. And wasn't it kind of cool when the third lap of Paris Promenade came around and you were just like, wait, hang on. I saw that piranha plant before. With the ink on the screen. I saw that piranha plant before. Am I going backwards? What the hell? This is great. I'm going underneath the Eiffel Tower, but the opposite way. As an initial showcase as to what Tour can do, I think it did a pretty okay job. Is that fair to say? I think they did a pretty okay job. It doesn't do enough to get up here, but I also don't want it down here neither. So I want to give it its own unique tier. The B- tier. It's in the okay tour track section. That's what I'm gonna do. I think because I don't like Paris Promenade. I certainly don't like the real life Paris. The real life Paris can go fuck itself. But what do we think of the melody? I feel like I'm in France. I mean, look at that. It's the Eiffel Tower. Oh my god. I feel like I'm in French. Oh, je t'aime. Je m'appelle. Sans. For just sounding kind of French, I think I'll put it in B. They did a good job of making France sound like a real place. It would be really weird if there was a whole disease named after the fact that people go to France romanticizing it and then realizing it isn't as good as it actually is. It would be weird if there was a Wikipedia page about that.
Toad Circuit!
Fuck yeah!
Woo! Woo! Toad! I don't want to steal Shafrillis' bit. This stage fucking sucks. Boo! Toads! Boo! Who's gonna defend it? Go on. Who's gonna defend it? Somebody, go on. Somebody, go on. That's what I thought. It sounds like Toad Music Circuit does, but this bit here, this bit. Where is it? That weird microphone feedback sound, whatever the fuck it was, it's gone. It still sounds good though. It still sounds good. But I miss my original Toad Circuit rendition. You can just stay here. You can just, I don't know. It sounds like a fart. Oh hey, bring my fart back, goddammit. I miss when someone polluted on the microphone. I missed it. Guys, I got one question for you. How many days would it take you to eat all of Choco Mountain? How many days? Give me 6 days and I could eat this entire mountain. 2 hours? 2? At least an hour? You guys are hungry little bastards, aren't you? As for Choco Mountain, I thought it was just okay in its original rendition. And I think the graphical glow-up kind of gave it a little bit of that extra pizzazz, you know, gave it that little extra pizzazz, and I really liked it. Even though we're dealing with the Wave 1 graphics, I still like the way the crystal thing, the crystal struck, it looks kind of nice, doesn't it? And they borrowed the crystal straight from Shy Guy Falls or something, mined by the Shy Guys themselves. The rock section, I don't think is nearly as imposing as the rock section in the original, and I also don't like the fact, listen, I'm on the right side of history for this one. I missed it in the original, when you could fall off this bit here. I just miss it. I miss it. I miss it. Come on, can I fall off? Can I fall off, please? Can I push people off of there, please? Can I do that? Does it crack into B? Yeah, I suppose. I suppose it cracks into B. Just about, though. Just about. Give me 6 days and we'll call this Mountain instead of Chocolate Mountain. I don't know who said it. I prefer the goofy version over this being a Western. I think it's the opposite. I think I prefer this goofy... hold down. Let's go. I love this bit. The loop bit. Fucking love it. The loop part, especially the more Western vibe. Like, again, Boss Guy said he doesn't prefer the Western vibe. If you ask me, though, I personally do. Very much so. Very much so. And I think that's why it deserves its ranking of about mid-A. Mid-A, I would say. On repeat. A stellar honor, if I do say so myself. Once I'm done singing and jiving to a square dance, we gotta go to the mall. We just got coconut mold. There's a stunning thing I have to tell you about this track. The escalators, they don't look like escalators. I know, shocking revelation. But I want to ask you guys, does it deserve being very much maligned? One of the most butchered Wii remakes, says Maple Chandelier. Coconut Shopping Center, says Planty Boy. The track's wheelchair accessible, that is true. I like accessibility in my video games, I love it. I think visually, it looks far better. This one looks far better than the original. Say what you want about the escalators. It's an aesthetic change that, while I'm not 100% with it, I think is fine. I think it's fine. It's just fine. It's a bit like the rope bridge, but I don't really have too much of an opinion on it. I think it's just fine. But I think like the wall art on this bit looks phenomenal. Like this bit, it still looks fantastic. It was S tier in the original game. There's no doubt about that. It was arguably S tier in 7 as well. But the cars, though, guys, the cars. For me, those hazards that I just like make or break, the heartbreaking hazards are my favorite kinds of hazards. I just love them. I just love them so much. I know ever since the update they spin now and like they change, but it's like I just like the fact that they like went forward and backwards. So, like, do you risk it for the biscuit by if there's one forward, do you like go underneath or do you still go around? Like there was a bit of like counterplay around the original version, but I don't think it's present with the way the new cars spin. So that is a noticeable downgrade, honestly, I would say. Is it enough to affect my ranking? I still think it's a very fun track to race on. So I'll be giving it its flowers. But does it go into S or like in contention for the top spots? I don't know. I think you still have to give it its flowers for being, theming wise, one of the better tracks in the entire series, but definitely let down by a few odd changes, I would say. I wonder if the music is going to be a letdown. I wonder. Do you think the music's going to be a letdown? Ding. The saxophone? Hang on. Now you're cooking. Especially like what, like do you like that sound, that specific sound it makes when it goes? I just love the way the sax sounds. That bit there, beautiful. I love that bit. Keep it going. You're still cooking. Now, before I play the rest, I'm going to play you how the next part sounds on Coconut Mall, the original. And here we go. Steel drum. The strings you can hear quite quietly. Clapping. Loop's lovely, right? How do they do in this version? I'm sorry, have I gone deaf? Where's the steel drum? Where is he? Where's he gone? You have a whole orchestra to work with.
Where's the rest of you?
Where's the rest of you? You have a whole orchestra to work with and you removed instruments. What have you done? And then the guy on the, I don't know what instrument it is, the ding 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 ding. If you hear it in the Wii version, he's playing the whole time. He's doing his thing the whole time, right? In this one, motherfucker got lazy. You can't hear him until the end. Yo, you're supposed to do the ding 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 ding. Where is he? Oh, there you are. Oh, you got lazy. Did you forget your instrument? Did you leave your instrument at home by any chance? Unreal, unforgivable, unforgivable. Seymour, the house is lame. You took a fantastic rendition on the Wii. You had the chance to knock it out of the park. You bring shame upon your family. Shame. Once I've finished going door to door and I've campaigned for my beloved steel drum man gamers, let's go to Tokyo. Hey, we love Tokyo, guys. Oh my God, Tokyo blur. You can say what you want about Berlin, but I feel like I'm in Berlin, you know? I feel like I could go for some bratwurst, you know? When I'm in London, I feel like I'm gonna get stabbed. What part of this track feels like Tokyo? What, they got the fake Eiffel Tower in the background? We already had an Eiffel Tower. We got the real one in Paris Promenade. I'm not expecting like fucking Godzilla to be in the background, but I don't get any Tokyo. The whole point is you're supposed to feel like oh, sorry, my bad, guys. Sorry, yeah, they have, you see these banners on the tops, on the sides there? There we go, guys. It feels like Tokyo. Job done, the gamers. Good process, good process, good process. This is the reverse bias. This is the opposite of what Sakurai did to Kirby. Actually true. Like, instead of making your beloved the best in the game, you made it the worst in the game. If you're asking me, there's nothing in this that screams Tokyo to me. I feel like I'm mooring Tokyo in my green screen here, but not so much in this track. How does that work? Only the Lord knows. And as a result, it might seem harsh giving it F tier. I just can't. There's not even a thing that it has going for me. I don't even want to put this in F tier. I don't even want to put this in F tier, but I have to. What does blood do? You tell me. What does blood do? Blood does nothing. If I'm honest, I'd rather play Toad Circuit. I'd rather play Blood really thinks he's on the team, and guess what, Tokyo? You are not making the team, Blood. You are not making the team. Music, Melody Man, do you at least save it? Hey, Mr. Tokyo! Bum, 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 bum. Do it again, do it again, do it again. That Toad Circuit bit, baby. Beautiful, beautiful. And even without that Toad Circuit bit, the piano just sounds so nice as well. It's solid. It's very solid. It doesn't do anything outstanding, not particularly, but I really like it. I think you're just about crack A, if you ask me. I think you're just about... I'm feeling generous. Once we're done going to Tokyo, and by going to Tokyo, I mean going to every Pokemon Center shop within a 7-mile radius of Tokyo Town Center, because that's definitely not what I'm going to do when I go to Tokyo. That's definitely not what I'm going to do when I visit. We have to take the highway. We have to take the highway back home. What highway are you thinking? We have to go on the Shroom Ridge. I'm putting my hand up right now. When it came to the original DS version, I did not think they cooked. I did not think Blood cooked. But the BCP version... Oh, baby. I think it helped me and a bunch of people get a newfound appreciation for Shroom Ridge. Seeing in the BCP here, I don't know if like the BCP's art style just really suits this map. All the bold greens, the bold, the browns, the reds, everything about this just like stands out, you know? Does it help that maybe it was the best of a bad bunch in Wave 1? Maybe. But even rating it in like a post-booster course pass world where like every wave is already out, this is still a track I very much love coming back to. Where do you think this person's going to in this taxi? Hey, where's your taxi? We're gonna take you. Hey man, I heard they're doing a race in Shroom Ridge. I just wanted you to drive around in a circle and bother that damn bitch Daisy. Alright, I got you, sir. It's gonna be 20 coins. 20? Last time it was 18. Hey, man, there's a surcharge this week. There's a lot of people wanting to do this. What's with this inflation these days? This is Biden's America. The Moonview Highway people might be like, where are the cars? It's a car theme track. But I think the cars are enough to be a problem without being ball-crunchingly hard, which is exactly what you want a traffic track to be. I can't point to you one game design quirk of what makes Shroom Ridge really cool. Is it like the glider shortcut on the side, or like the wind shortcut down below? Yeah, those are really cool. I really much enjoy those, but I don't really think those are the things that make it that good for me. I just think it's really, really, really cool. I just enjoy it. I praise my ability to put into words why I like a track, but in this case, you know what, Shroom Ridge, you can sit up here. Yeah, I just think it's neat. Every single time this comes up in random online battles, I'm picking it. I'm picking you. I haven't even talked about the music yet. I haven't even talked about the music. Oh my god. The music. What is this melody? again, that crunchy DS bass is in there with the modern instruments that Mario Kart 8 offers. It is such a beautiful, harmonious marriage of instrumentation that I just cannot help but praise it. The whistling, the DS bass. Oh man, just let me hear it. I'll stop talking. I'll stop talking. Hang on. And here comes my favorite part. Everyone get ready. Everyone get ready. Ladies and gentlemen, it is in contention. It is in contention for my top 10. It has made the cut. Oh, but once we're done driving on the highway, we end up in Lakitu Raceway. I don't know why it says Sky Garden, I'm gonna be honest. I think that might be a mistake from the developers. And yes, Shafrillis, I'm stealing your joke. What do we think of Lakitu Speedway, guys? What do we think? What do you think of Cloudland? What do you think of Cloud Top Jr.? What do you think about Sky Butchered? So obviously we have to get the elephant out of the room first. Shape-wise, if you look at this, it does not look like the same Sky Garden it used to. But was that intentional? Does it play better with this new design? I just love the GBA color scheme of Sky Garden so much better. Orange, like brickwork, it looks alright. I just love this color scheme far better. It could be nostalgia goggles, I'm willing to admit that. The sides in the original version were all just like sand, and then there was a little bit of foliage. They did add a nice little bit of foliage onto the sides on this. It does look nice. It does look nice, I'll give it that. Realistically, all they've done to this shape is like they've removed this bit down here, like where my hand is, like this bit. They kind of just made it a U instead, which is fair. But if you're going to change the track, why not just like add a few new hazards? Why not make it a bit more interesting? You change the track and for what? Oh, hang on. Oh, sorry. So my bad. You took away all the cool GBA bouncy shortcuts you could make. Cutting through that one open pile of sand in the middle. Doing that big jump with the item box. And then what did you give us? What did you give us in return? Oh, wow, guys. You can do one of those shortcuts where there's a U-turn and instead you can take a shorter U-turn with a mushroom. Wow. A game design, guys. GARM design is my passion. I love GARM design. Yay, game design, yay. Do you guys see why I don't talk about shortcuts at all? Because when the game does shortcuts like this, what the fuck do you want me to say? Seymour, the house is boring. I'll leave you here. I'd rather play you over Bone Dry Dunes, but even Sherbetland, even an ice track is more preferable than Lakitu Speedway. Imagine that, guys. You guys know how much I hate ice tracks. Did you fix the music at least? Okay, hold up, let him cook, this next spot. Okay. There's no way there's no way you make a cool transition bit, there's no way. That piano sliding down at the end. Oh man. Do I miss the DS bassline from the original? Yeah, I do miss it quite a bit. But you know what? I think the instruments here are a good standing. That transition to the second half is utterly phenomenal. I don't know. I don't think it's S. I don't think it's S. It's the top of A though. I'd leave it on the top of A. Is it a Tory mix? I think the Tory mix is fine. I like this one better if I'm being honest. Not enough to get up here if you ask me, but a high A is definitely a worthy shout for Sky Garden. Yeah, I said its name this time. Once we're done racing on Lakitu Circa, ladies and gentlemen, what do you think of Ninja Hideaway? Inside you gamers, there are two wolves. One that absolutely loves this track and thinks it's the absolute peak of game design. And the other, over here, who's correct. I think the concept of what Ninja Hideaway was going for was very, very bold. It was very, very, very bold. This is one of those rare instances where the stage design matches its theme perfectly. So what do you associate when you think of ninjas, right? They hide, they skulk, they sit in the shadows. In fact, that's what the original concept was. Like, I think ninjas originally, someone can bring up the Wikipedia page. I think ninjas originally were stagehands in plays, in Japanese plays and stuff, where they were supposed to be like a stand-in for like moving props and what have you. So they're literally by design supposed to be like, you know, take all sorts of alternate paths and like hide away and all this jazz. And I think the track reflects that perfectly. There's so many alternate paths you take. Right from the rip, you can go up these stairs, you know, as Silent Gaming Fish has expertly showcased. You can take the top path, you can take a bottom path. There's even hidden paths concealed by that like piranha plant. There's so many different alternate paths you can take. And I think if that sort of game design is up your alley, you're absolutely going to love this stage. I can see why this track is so divisive, because it's done something that no other track does in its alternate paths. If you ask me, I think it's something that Ninja Hideaway does very, very well. And I think it's something that I wish more tracks in this series do, but not too many. I think this is a track theme, so should I say a track design type, that should be saved for only a few tracks. Like if maybe in the next Mario Kart game, they only have like 1 or 2 more Ninja Hideaway style tracks. I think that's plenty enough. I think if they do like 5 or 6 more Ninja Hideaway style tracks, then that'll be a bit much. I think that's a bit too much icing on our cake. Do you know what I mean? But for what Ninja Hideaway is, I think it's pretty well designed. At first, along with everyone else, I thought I hated it. When I got used to just how intricate the alternate paths were, I think it's pretty good. Do I think it's the second best track in the game? Like a certain... No, I love it too, Shafrillas. I love it too. Don't worry.
Ninja
Yeah, close the door.
Is humanity's greatest...
Okay, I don't think it's as good as he did. I'm being honest. I don't think it is. It's not going to be in my S tier or my S plus tier for that matter. I don't even think it cracks even my A tier. But is it the king of B tier? It's up there. It's a solid choice. I like it when it's picked. I like it a lot. Is the melody going to win me over? Gamers, welcome to Ninja Hideaway. Yo, Ninja. Oh my god, who do I have here? Ninja Fortnite Drake? Oh my god, Ninja in my stream? Hey yo, you're kind of cooked with this, I'm not gonna lie. Hey, give me that electric guitar in the second half. Come on, bring it to me, bring it to me. I think initially I was quite harsh with the music, but having listened to it more and more as the time has gone on, do you know, I'm not gonna lie, I think this one is an absolute banger. I'm putting it in S. I'm putting it in S, gamers. Is it gonna make my top 10 cut? Not quite. The guy showing Ninja cooks? Absolutely. Absolutely they cooked. They steamed some hams for us. Sumo! Mom! They did a mid-tour track again! Donkey Kong, the best music. I wonder what it is. I wonder, honestly. It's supposed to be New York City, right? It's a capital city. You could have added a bit of that Moonview Highway energy. Like, you go through the park section in all 3 laps, even though, like, you know, Central Park is like an important part of New York City for sure, but like, remember, it's a city, you know? I was like, what happened to that Goomba's face? But then I realized he's turned the other way, Muster, you fucking idiot. Did his face not render in? I live in New York, but I don't think it's that biased. I like this track. The tones are cool and the night aesthetic is good. The night, I do like nighttime themed tracks, which is why I'm a little disappointed I don't like this track that much. It's just nothing that stands out. Yeah, you go into Central Park, you like the Broadway area. Other than that, like, what am I supposed to say? Nothing. And I think my placement is going to reflect that. You can go here. Is the music gonna really make me feel like I'm walking here? Ooh, New York, huh? The piano. Ladies and gentlemen, I've invited the entirety of New York State onto my stream. New York, is it true you never sleep? If so, what's your secret to maintaining such youthful looks? Oh, listen. If you're calling me a flirt now, you should see my fiance. Oh man, listen, we'll talk more New York, I'm sure. I just love the jazziness. You know what? You can go on A as well. Once we're done going to New York, concrete jungle where dreams are made. Oh no! Shit! Oh god! Jesus! God damn! I must have had some weird falafel when I was in New York. Am I right? I was one of the many people who think that Mario Saga 3 is like probably one of the worst tracks ever made. And while I agree it's not good, I don't think it's the worst thing on planet Earth. I'm tired of pretending to agree with you when you guys say it is. I will defend Mario Saga 3 in court on one thing and one thing only. There is a reason why in most of my videos, except in Super Circuit, you will hear me mention shortcuts. And that's because shortcuts in modern Mario Kart are usually very lame. As someone who grew up with Super Circuit, this sort of track design where there's just a lot of off-road that you can entirely skip is really charming to me. Really charming to me. So while it looks bland, while I'll never pick it in an online race, getting a golden mushroom or a star and just like cutting like 40% of the track is just really, really, really fun. And it's something that, ironically enough, I like about Dry Desert. Even though Dry Desert is boring and I don't think it saves it, I think the ability to just take massive shortcuts is something that isn't really done in Mario Kart. And having a track that does do that is quite charming. You guys will probably expect me to put it here. No, get help. It is the strongest D-tier a D-tier track can get. I'm never gonna pick it. I just stood up for Mario Circuit 3 in court when nobody would. There's no way the music disappoints me now. There's no chance. You can't do this to me. I was paid to defend this guy, but I was wondering if you could take my spot. You're in the same game as this. And this is what you bring to the party? They added some pianos in the background, as you can hear. And you know what? You get a gold medal for that. Do you get any plaudits from me, a random person's tier list? No. Let's see more. So once we're going to the most boring, bland-looking track ever made that even Saul couldn't defend, what's next, you wonder? We're gonna have to take a train along the Calamari Desert. If there's any train enjoyers watching, you might want to leave. You might just want to go. I said this in 64. I said this in 7. I said this when I first covered 8. And I'll say it again. The train as a gimmick just does not work. I don't think it works well as a gimmick or the way that they probably intended. I like to imagine they intended it to be one of those things where like if the first person's maybe front running too much, it can like stop them and get the rest of them catch up, or maybe like the thrill of like the train coming and just avoiding it would be quite fun. But I think more often than not, it just ends up being annoying. Yoshi's in first place. They're already gone. So all this train is going to do now is going to come back around and maybe disturb the 6th, 7th, and 8th person. And then what? Like you just made the 6th, 7th, and 8th person, you've punished them for just, what, getting hit by items? Like it just, as a concept, it just doesn't work. I don't necessarily mind the train. It can work, which is what they've done in the BCP. Oh my god, you get to drive on the track? This is an excellent use of the train. The idea of splitting the path so that like players have to be careful of where exactly they're going is very compelling. This person here has already passed by the train, so they know once they get into the tunnel section, they don't necessarily have to be on their toes, you know? But for example, if the train wasn't here, then when they're drifting in their tunnel section, when they're trying to make a U-turn, they have to be very, very careful and mindful. They have to be very, very mindful. You have to make sure you're on the right-hand side of the train when it passes by so that you can like quickly turn back into the track. I think, again, a very clever use of the train here, which is not replicated in any other rendition of Calamari Desert. Someone said to me, yeah, but Musti, it's really fun that you can drive on the train and all, but what is this big fuck off red thing over here? Like, oh, what do you mean? It's so that like, you know to turn onto the track. Yeah, but they have like green arrows there. Why the fuck do you need some completely theme-killing red bridge to like take us there? You could have just drove on it. You're kind of right. Why is that there? And now I just can't unsee it. It's like there. Why is this here? A lot of fun playing with Calamari Desert. And you know what? If this fucking nonsense track had to come back, at least you did something interesting with it, you know? Listen, Calamari Desert, hey, listen. You and me are talking right now, okay? The only part I like about your music is the... You've still got that, right? You've still got that, right? Where's my flute guy gone? Where's the flute doing that? Where is it? Seymour. The house is my ears. My poor ears. That part is stupid. It's supposed to sound like whistles in the middle of nowhere, not a band. Yeah. The flute guy got fired from his job, right? I'm gonna invite him around to play the best game ever with me. Aesthetically, theming-wise, probably one of the coolest tracks in the entire series, bar very few. The fact that they made Waluigi Pinball and they're like, hey, you're inside a pinball table. One of the coolest concepts for a track. You know the part where like you shoot the pinball and it just goes up on the thing? That's the bit that starts off. It starts off with just that. And guess what? You're a pinball. You're going down the chute. You're going. You're making your path. You're going. You got turns. You got weaves. You got to watch out for the other pinballs. And you got to watch out for the other pinballs as well. The other pinballs being racers. Do you get what I did? Do you get what I did there? So you got to watch out for the pinballs and the pinballs, huh? This bit here, very rarely do the pinballs on this bit actually hurt me. But you still have to keep your head on a swivel when you go there, you know? It doesn't do the thing. Guys, it doesn't do the thing. It doesn't make the sound. It doesn't... Nintendo, please add in the sound. Please, just make a 2 megabyte update. Please, just add the sound back. I love the sound. You know when the track pans in the beginning when you first play it? It plays that sound! They have the sound! It doesn't play. It would be so easy to bring it back. See, even Pinball is upset that it didn't include the sound effect in Waluigi Pinball. If that isn't enough for you, Nintendo, frankly, I don't know what is. You shouldn't be shocked I put this in S tier. You absolutely shouldn't be shocked. Oh, sorry, I'm not bad. Hey, my bad, sorry. Yeah, you're an S tier. I love Waluigi Pinball. Sorry, hang on. My bad. Sorry, hey, boss guy, I can't hear you. I can't hear you over the sound. Sorry, I can't hear you. I don't know what you're talking about when you say Wario Stadium. Wario Stadium. I have no idea what you're talking about. Once we're done putting in a shift at the pinball table, ladies and gentlemen, get on the plane. Get on the plane, gamers. Because guess where we're heading to? Sydney. Oi, to mate. We fucking love Sydney. Hang on, sorry. My bad, guys. Sorry. I said we love Sydney, and I'm showcasing the racetrack. My bad. Sorry. Sydney is a racetrack. You have one thing that I kind of like. This bit here. You've now, ladies and gentlemen, you have now seen the best part of Sydney Sprint, and even that is not too interesting in the slightest. Yeah, kind of boring. When you think about Sydney, you're really thinking about this. Saxophone, my beloved. Picking Sydney Sprint, that is what you're here for. Absolutely not the racetrack. But ladies and gentlemen, once we're done putting in a shift in Australia, for some reason we end up in Finland. Hello to all the Finnish people. It's nice to finally see your house. Isn't it nice to be able to play a version of Snowland that isn't shaking the screen all the time? So guys, Snowland? I think this is a more accurate rendition of Snowland. Snowland is, I always thought it was kind of okay in the GBA version, if I'm being honest. I think it's just kind of like okay now, if I'm being honest. I think it's just okay. Ice tracks as a whole very rarely win me over. Is Snowland the one ice track that's not like the other ice tracks? I'll pop you right here. You know, you're okay. You're okay, Snowland. And that is the best compliment you could get from me. You are okay. I really like the that they kept, like it was a thing in the GBA, the I really like that they kept that in this version too, as you can hear here. That's the only compliment I can give this track. Other than that, I think it's just pretty okay. The flute guy here, does the flute guy do anything for you guys? And this remix is just... We make our trip back from Finland, and we end up in... Tajikistan? Oh, we love Mushroom George, don't we, guys? We love Mushroom George. Let's get Georgie with it. I still like Mushroom George, but I think this is one of the first times where I'm going to mention something that I haven't mentioned in any other track ranking, and that is physics. This bit here, where you bounce on the mushrooms... I just don't like them. They don't have that like same boing as they did in the Wii. It's still a good track. Yeah, I think it stays in A. I don't know, man. Those mushrooms just look kind of weird. I don't know. They look like the kind of mushrooms where if I saw them down the street, I'd kind of like cross the road to avoid them. You know, like they just look kind of shady. Is this one of the rare instances where the music is like literally like almost the same beat for beat? Listen, this beginning bit of the song is fine. It's fine, but we know what we're waiting for, right, guys? We know what we're waiting for. Hang on. Football battle theme from Ruby Sapphire Emerald. I would like to introduce you to my friend, Mushroom Gorge. You have one cool thing in common. Do you want to know what that is by any chance? Oh, I love me a good clap, mate. I love me a good clap. Are you on repeat? I think you're on repeat. I think you're on repeat, Chief. I'm not gonna lie. I'll put you there. You're an ace here. The mushrooms might not bounce as cool. I might cross the street to avoid this gangly motherfucker. Music-wise, you're definitely spitting. You're definitely spitting facts. I'll tell you that much. I bounced on one of the mushrooms, and it bounced me so high, I ended up being sky high. You could say Sky High Sunday. Please laugh. Do you guys remember when this came out and everyone was comparing this to Fall Guys? And now no one talks about Fall Guys? It's Excitebike but good. It's Excitebike but pretty lame. I think this track nails the idea of being sky high, both in like the background, because I think the background makes you really feel like you're really, really high. And like even the jumps here, like as you can see from the jumps here, you really do feel like you're high. But does being high, well, being high in real life is actually quite fun. Being high in Mario Kart 8 just really isn't. Like look, you get to jump quite high like that, but then what? You know? But like then what? I'm not gonna lie, Fool Guy. You kind of fell off. Hey, I'm not the first to say it. Don't get upset with me. But L plus ratio. Yeah, you're definitely not down here. Like I don't know why everyone votes it. Like people voting in F tier are just like crying. You're like as mid gets. You're for being a tour original, you are more bland than a tour city track. That's like unreal. You can just get out of my room, Fall Guys. Just get out of my room. I don't want you in my room anymore. You suck. Oh my god, you guys, do you hear the bass? Do you hear the bass? Fall Guys? Yo, Fall Guys, come back in the room. You sound amazing. What the hell? You didn't tell me about this. Why is your track so mid? I don't know what it is. I don't know what those bells are. I have no idea what those bells are, but I just love the way they come in. Yeah. It's rewind time. A tier for sure. Fucking love the bass guy. The bass guy's so cool. Do you guys remember Wave 3? No, you don't remember Wave 3? It was mid? Yeah, you're right. You know why it was mid? It's because they got off to a pretty bland start, a pretty grey start, you would say. London Loop, huh? Coming from the Londoner? How does London Loop stack up? Does somebody want to defend this minimap? This isn't even the worst of it, but yeah, this is definitely when the minimap start getting really sus. I mean, it's definitely London. I mean, with that minimap, yeah, for sure. But to race on? How accurate is this to actual London? Well, you go through what? Tower Bridge, the surrounding area, Westminster Abbey, and then that's kind of it. London Loop is designed so that if you visited London once, you can go, ooh, I've seen that thing. Look. It's designed so you can do that. But is this actually London? No. They ignored the scene where every Londoner just has to randomly duck to avoid knives being randomly thrown. So, yeah, like as a testament to London, not quite if you ask me. I will give this track credit for one thing and one thing only. The first time I saw a chain chomp in the River Thames, it was quite funny. I will admit you got some laughs out of me. Are you really doing anything else much? Nah. Now see this. Now this is London. Oh yes, I can smell the chicken and chips from here. I can smell the weed and chicken and chips from here. Yeah. London Loop, you're just kind of boring, mate. Is the music at least gonna save it? Normally I'm a sucker for electric guitars, and this one does have a good bit. Is it possible to like the way a track sounds without it being too memorable? Is that like a possibility? Because I feel like that's what London Loop is. I like the way it sounds, but if you put this in like any other video game, I wouldn't be like, that belongs in a Mario Kart game. Do you know what I mean? Like, okay, I guess you can go in B. You're memorable enough to go in B, I would say. But yeah, is that ending bit? The ending bit kind of carries the song. I'll just leave you there. I'll leave you there. You're better than Snowland, that's for sure. Cry harder, Snowlanders. Once you're done visiting the London Eye and staying there for like an hour while you take one decent picture in the 5 minutes you're actually at the top of it, and then just slowly have to wait until you're back down to the bottom, and then they tell you to like smile to take click a picture, but the picture takes a bit too long, so then you end up like not smiling, and then you see the picture, you're actually looking sad. That's not something that definitely happened to me. We end up going to the Boo Lake. Oh my god. They remembered the lake this time. They remembered the lake this time. Wow. Isn't it really nice? More GBA representation. This is my Mario Kart, all right? I get to say something. This is my tier list. This is my Mario Kart. You guys don't get to say anything, okay? This track? Oh, it's good. I do like the fact that you can in fact go into the lake. That's pretty neat. The Boo Lake be in fact laking. That's pretty cool. I guess technically, you know, if you're a crab underwater, right? Do the fish just look like they're floating or like flying by any chance? That's something I might have to think about, because Lord knows I'm not really thinking about Boo Lake. Is it a solid remake? Yeah, I suppose, but it should have been Broken Pier. That'll do, Boo Lake. That'll do. What about the music? Oh my god, yes. Gamers, POV. I am conducting this spooky orchestra. Yes. We want people to know right off the rip. It's like really, really spooky. Okay, strings. Okay. Do that again. Do it again. Harpsichord. It's not particularly spooky. Drum guy, get ready. Do it, are you ready? I think the most accurate comment I've seen is, what's it? Fits the theme, but not particularly a good song on its own. I'd listen to outside of the game. Yeah, I think that's fair. Twisted Manager could never do what Boo Lake does. Is the music good? Yes, it's good enough. You're alright, Boo Lake. So gamers, once we're done actually going to the Boo Lake that remembered the lake, you remember the rock that remembered the rock in Rock Mountain, or hey, he's a British guy. Hey, he's got it's Alpine Pass. Americans, get out. It's Alpine Pass now. So yeah, he's playing on mirrored, by the way. I didn't even notice. Can I flip the footage horizontally so it's back to normal? There we go. It's back to normal, guys. He's playing on mirror, but we're back to normal right now. Initially, when I did my Wave 3 review, I gave Rock Mountain a bit of a higher rank than I probably should have. I like playing on this track. Does it do anything crazy unique? No, I just love flying in an open area, okay? In all honesty, Rock Mountain has one thing going for it, and that's the big gliding section. So in a game where the gliding physics just aren't as good, it's a bit of a shame, honestly. I remember in the 7 version, I would like just do this. You know, you guys did this, right? Like you just dive high and then go up and then it was so cool to be able to like fly like an eagle, but in this game you don't really get that level of freedom. So I love the original. I love the original so much. So believe me, gamers, it pains me with every dying breath. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, little one. You just weren't meant for this game.
Don't blame the map. Blame the game mechanics and the devs.
Okay, I blame the game mechanics and the devs. Fuck you, game mechanics and devs. Fuck you. Oh, music though. Gamers. Please, I insist, gamers, please rise for the Rock National Anthem. Like the way the guitar sounds in this version. I just think the guitar man should have gone in a little harder. He should have gone in a little harder, honestly. Like, for example, this bit here. Like, I like the but like in the original, so I was hoping to get that in like Mario Kart 8 form. It sounds good, but I'm gonna be honest, if it's between that or there's one that's a very clear winner for me, and it also works for makes sense for the end bit as well. In the end bit in the original, it goes like this. It just keeps going. It just kept going, and I'm like, oh, I just love that bit so much. I was ready to hear it in this version. I was ready. Why'd you stop? Why'd you keep going? His fingers got tired. I can't believe this. It still sounds good, right? I don't want to knock this track too hard because it still sounds phenomenal. But there's always going to be a part of me that wishes that the guitar man just kept going. He kept going, you know, and just kept going, kept shredding. He just kept shredding. I would put you Put you right here. I'll put you right here, Rock Around. You still sound phenomenal. I just wish you sounded... You could have been an S+ tier track. That's what you could have been. But it's just not meant to be. It was just not meant to be, unfortunately. Once we're having a nice rock workout, oh, where do we go next? Do you want to come to the So Musty Treehouse? Is that where you want to go? Is that where you want to go? Oh, it's reversed. I forgot. Do you guys want to come to the So Musty Clubhouse? I've got a tree clubhouse up there. Do you guys want to come and see it? Do you guys want to come and see it? Maple Treeway. Oh my god, Maple Treeway. I remember someone in my YouTube chat said this track doesn't look nearly as good as the original did. I simply told them to just get glasses. That's what I told them to. They need to get glasses because this track, Lord have mercy, it looks so good. I am a little upset though. I don't know if this is fact. I need you guys to help me with this one. Do the piles of leaves still give you stars? Because I remember in the Wii version they specifically gave you stars.
Fun fact, they actually only spawn 50% of the time on this specific leaf pile.
The Wigglers, it might be Wiggler Wednesday, but I don't like how the Wiggler's like moving more towards you than side to side. In the Wii version, I think the Wigglers were a very, very compelling hazard. Like, one of them almost stops right at the end of this section here and then checks his shoulder before racing forwards. It was a very cool way of helping you risk it for the biscuit. I really, really enjoyed the hazard. It's a shame it doesn't work well in this version. A nitpick on an otherwise fantastic track. The theming is so nice. It's just very, very fun to race on. I don't know if there's any road bridge enjoyers. Cry harder, because if I'm being honest, I just don't care. If that's your Donut Plains 3 whistle, man, all the more power to you. But for being honest, the road bridge isn't something I particularly care about. It doesn't really bother my enjoyment. So while I think this is a very, very good return to form, could it have been better? Yeah. Is it still good though? Yeah. It's still S. It's still S. Definitely makes it into S. I would say top of S. Top of S tier. It is the top of S tier. It narrowly misses the cut. With those 2 extra additions, if they had Starmans in the leaf piles and the Wigglers were like their Wii counterpart, this definitely would have been in contention for the top 10. But I'll leave it here instead. I'll leave it in S. But what about the music though? Oh my lord. Oh my god. The way the harmonic just... Nah. I just love the way that sounds. Oh! I think the instrumentation on this version is just so much better than the original. It does such a good job of being immersive, which is something I haven't really said about a lot of the other tracks in the game. I wouldn't really describe immersion as something I quite like. When it comes to Maple Treeway, absolutely. Doesn't it sound so nice? And then, oh my god, my favorite bit in almost any Mario Kart track ever. Once this bit finishes. Is such a dream, and yes, it 100% makes the cut for my top 10 at the ending. It makes the cut. Boy, does it make the cut. Oh my lord. Oh my god. We love Maple Treeway, don't we, guys? We love Maple Treeway. Guys, pack your bags. We're going to Germany. Oh my god. Wow. Germany. We love Germany, don't we, guys? We love Germany, don't we, guys? Sound off.
Wir lieben Deutschland, nicht wahr?
Wir lieben Deutschland, nicht wahr? Close enough, right? Close enough? If London Loop didn't make us feel like the tour tracks were just a bunch of nonsense. Yeah, just look at that. Look at that fucking nonsense of a map. I'm supposed to read that. Call it whatever you want. I personally don't care. But there was definitely the first couple times where I played this track and I'm just like, where the fuck am I going? And even when I did get the hang of it, I'm just like, oh, I got the hang of it now. Do I still want to play even though I got the hang of it? No. It's just another one of those tour cities. You know what? You offend me. You offended me on a personal level, Berlin. I'm going to be honest. You know, there's a lot of tracks I'd rather play over this. You can eat it. Seymour, the house is boring. The house is boring. If I want to play on a traffic track, I'll play on Stream Ridge, Moonview Highway, Toad Turnpike happily before I play on this. There's no way they would put the best song in the game to fucking Germany. Hang on. All of this for Germany? All of this? There's no way. Anyone who says this isn't in contention for the best 10 tracks in the game is an absolute liar. They're an absolute liar. Berlin Byways goes from Techno Crunkin' to National Anthem, and I don't know how they made it sound that good, but Lord knows they fucking did. Jesus Christ, Nintendo, you cooked. Well done. Once we're done getting Techno Crunkin' into the disco club. Do you hear that? That's the sound of all my German fans unsubscribing. Which is a shame, because we're about to see the best track of all time. We love Peach Gardens, don't we, guys? We love Peach Gardens. Sorry? You love Peach Gardens. You love it. Of course you love it. Peach Gardens is absolutely fantastic. And a phenomenal return to form, if I do say so myself. Now, some people might lament this track because some of the difficulty factor has been taken away. And you know what? I completely understand it. The HMA section is definitely quite nerfed from the original. I think that's fair to say, right? There's a lot of elements in this track that are a bit nerfed, you know? And I can completely understand. And you have some blind jumps as well, which is a bit annoying when you go like up the hill and trick. It can be really, really annoying. So I think from that, I understand. I have a counterpoint. I have one amazing counterpoint to anyone who hates this track. One amazing counterpoint. Do you get to high five Luigi? Yeah. Didn't think so. Didn't think so, Peach Garden haters, which there are none of. There are no Peach Garden haters. Of course they're not. It's pretty damn good. It's pretty damn good. And you know what? You can sit right about there, if you ask me. You can sit right about there. You're in the upper echelon. I feel like it's a side grade from the Wii DS version. The third lap is a neat addition, but overall nerf to the track can't make it better. Yeah, I think that's where I'm at as well. Like, the nerfs to the gameplay of the track probably would have been a downgrade for me, but racing on the final lap and the theming being so on point, it feels like a real garden now. And even though it might have been nerfed in a gameplay perspective, I think those little touches are just really, really, really nice. I really like that so much. This one wins the award for the best track theming, music-wise, of anything in the entire game. The way they use the instruments, there's nothing like too electronic or too orchestral in this version. Why is that? Because this feels like the song you would hear if you were taking a walk in Peach's back garden. The Penguin King of World 3 and Peach from World 1, they're working out a deal to work together to stop Bowser, and you're having a nice little tea and some tea and crumpets on Peach's back garden. You got the orchestra of Toads back there. What are they playing? They're playing this. The violin. Do I need to even talk about the accordion guy? Do I need to talk about him? If this song was for Paris Promenade, no one would notice the difference. I would notice the difference because I love Peach Gardens. I love Peach Gardens. Yeah, once we're done partitioning the land of dry desert between the World 3 and World 1 kingdoms, where do we go next, gamers? It's Christmas. We love Christmas, don't we, guys? It's Christmas. So here it is, Merry Christmas. Everybody's having fun. We love Christmas. Christmas, guys. Christmas. Christmas? 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 Christmas, guys? Christmas? 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 Christmas. And then, guys, and then. Christmas? Christmas. Is the theming fantastic? Yes. What else? What else have you got for me? What about the music, though? Merry Mountain. Do I feel Christmassy? Christmas. you feel the Christmas? Oh, I love Christmas. How do we make this sound like Christmas? I got it. Jingle bells. I will give this music props for sounding like Mario Galaxy music. And we love Mario Galaxy, don't we, guys? We love Mario Galaxy. There was, like, for example, a version of Sky Station where it was snowing called, like, Snowy Station. And the moment Mario flies through the end and lands, this played, I think it would fit better than it would in a Mario Kart track, if I'm being honest. It's nice. It sounds lovely. I feel like it fits the wrong game. Does that make sense? I think for how grand and epic it is, I don't feel that grand and epic when I play this track, or for a Mario Kart track, should I say. It'd work better in Mario Galaxy, so you know what? Put it in Mario Galaxy instead. Someone mod this into Mario Galaxy, and I'll tell you how I feel about it. What comes after Christmas? Pride Month. Guys, I'm just saying, this rainbow looks a bit too blue. Yeah, I said it. Blue. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? There's two things I expect the Rainbow Road to be, which is spectacular and difficult. And also blue, which is like, well, I like the blue rainbow as well. But spectacular and difficult. While this track definitely doesn't nail it on a difficulty front, just the spectacular planetary adventure that you go on is just absolutely magical. It really, really is. Like, you drive on you drive on like Jupiter's rings or whatever it is. You drive on the rings of insert whatever planet is the actual planet. You go on Eggman's piss-stained moon, for fuck's sake. Even though for some reason, why are you so dark? Why do they do this? I don't get it. It makes no sense. The sun is right there. You should be beaming on it. It should be bright. It should be bright. It should be so blindingly bright. And then the final section. The final section is definitely a bit of what do you guys call this? Like a front-running section? Like if you're in first place in this section, you're probably gonna stay in first place, but you get to go really, really, really fast, and I really like that. So I think the planetary aspect of this Rainbow Road is the main thing it has going for it. Boss guy, obviously, he's trying to be in the video, he's trying to be different. If you don't like this Rainbow Road because the whole planetary adventure thing doesn't win you over, firstly, do you have a soul? I just love it. I just love. It's just, I feel like I'm in space. I feel like I'm a space astronaut cowboy, you know? And for that, I love it. It's going to be in my top 10 games. It makes the cut. It makes the cut, I would say. And there's nothing that fits it better. Oh, just listen to it, gamers. Oh my god. Sail away. Space. The new frontier. Isn't it amazing? My favorite bit's about to come. When the drum guy misses, that goes a bit offbeat, you're gonna hear it. Hang on. So much. It's Rainbow Road, it's where you go when you die. Rainbow Road, I'll miss you again. It's Rainbow Road, it's where you go when you die. It's Rainbow Road, I'll miss you again. Nothing short of absolutely phenomenal. Of course it makes my S tier plus, and of course it is in contention for my top 10. You know how much more music there is in S plus than in our racetracks? Oh boy, am I biased towards music by any chance? Oh no. Oh boy. Oh no. Oh sheesh. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh jeez, Rick. Oh jeez. Oh my lord. What better way to start the wave than another Tour City? Pack your bags, gamers, because we're off to Amsterdam. It's a section-based tour track, so all I want from you is to do one thing, which is at least be okay. And I think Amsterdam does that, right? You have the opening section with the windmills, so like, ooh, at least you have an interesting-ish set piece. And then you get into lap 2, where else did you go about the canals? Canals? Did I pronounce it canals? Canals of Amsterdam itself. They're those jettisons of water which you can use to trick up and go above the canal to get at him. Very, very good. I like that. And then on the third lap, where else do you go? But the flower fields. Is it going to win any hearts and minds? Absolutely not. But hey, at least it leaves an impression. Tokyo Blur, take notes. It's going to join Paris Promenade in the C+ tier. I've renamed it C+ from B-. So well done, Amsterdam. That is the best honor you could possibly get. Shout out to the one guy who absolutely hated the oh of this music. I can't hear you because I'm just chanting up a storm, baby. Oh. The jaw harp as well. Oh, with me, chat, go on. It's on the short side, so it does get a few points knocked off for that. But it's definitely a foot tapper. 100%. 110%. What do you guys think? Jaw Harp Hillbilly for Mario Kart 9? I'm voting for him. Once we're done with our tour of Amsterdam, we go to a park. We're going to the park soon. You can meet me on the Riverside. I think Riverside was a pretty good addition. I'm happy for Lakeside to be in the next game, because I think Riverside has just enough charm to win me over in this. The Patui Piranhas? Come on, the Patuis. And we love the Patui Piranha Plants, don't we? They're not called Stalking Piranha Plants, Nintendo. I saw that tweet. I saw it. I'm very angry for that now. I do like the random elements of them holding items. Sometimes they hold an item that benefits you. Sometimes they have an item that don't. If you see a good item on them, you want to knock them so you can grab it as well. A really nice hazard, honestly. It reminds me of the leaf piles in Maple Tree Way. I quite like that. One thing I didn't appreciate when this track first came out was just what they did with this circly bit on the map. This bit here. In the original, it's just a simple like go around and you jump up, but they really gave it that Mario Kart 8 pizzazz. You know, you go inside this cave, the stalking piranha plants are still there, the cave's got mushrooms glowing up the place, and then you come out through the waterfall itself. What a cool set piece, huh? Is it gonna blow hearts and minds? Absolutely not. But very nice, right? Very charming, very charming. One of the better looking BCP tracks as well, so you have to give it points for that. On a gameplay front, it's nothing stellar, so I'm not gonna rate it too high, but its presentation, what it's done, you have to put it in B at the very least. I'll leave you here. It's a solid choice. I like playing it. I like the atmosphere. All the colors make it feel like they fit with the yellow. Yeah, it's like you almost don't even notice the multicolored GBA blocks on the side because like the orange glow that it has. Piranha funny. I'll leave it at that. That's the best way to finish this. But gamers, what about the melody? Wait for it, gamers. Wait for it. The quake. The quaker from the original is still there. Yes, I love it. Do it again. The way the brass kicks in here. Yo, bring it around town. Ba 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. At the time of Wave 4, I was kind of a bit mean to this one because it wasn't Lakeside Park. With the passage of time, you've kind of grown on me. You've grown on me a lot. So as a result, Riverside, welcome to the S tier. Once we're done going to the park, we go to the ski resorts. DK, snowboard, cross. Ladies and gentlemen, I can report with such glee that Mario is in fact dead. Donkey Kong has returned to his rightful spot as the statue on his namesake map. I still cannot believe they used Mario in the Wii version. And Wii fans will still insist it's the best game in the series. Oh no. I don't know who ended up telling me this. I think was it Biff Weed? That the cannon up to the top of the mountain is supposed to represent you on like a cable car going up to the top of the mountain. I never knew that. I never put two and two together. But whoever told me that, thank you very much. So you got the cannon, which is a nice stand-in for the cable car ride to the top of a ski mountain. And then you make your beautiful way back down. The half pipe is made to good effect in this map as well. Even if you don't necessarily want to use them, even if they are technically slower. And not to mention that infamous double gap jump, which I still can't do, by the way. I know. Fake game. I know. The Shy Guys that you can see like just skiing around, I think it's such a small little bit that like adds to the theming so nice, honestly. Like you almost see them doing it, so you want to do it too. Let's see if Silent Gaming Fish does it. Is he going to do it for us? Or is it easy? You almost feel compelled to do it. You don't have to jump up. But hey, you kind of just want to, because everyone else is doing it. I might be at absolute war with all the Mario Kart Wii stands. But you know what, guys? You made a good one, Wii. You made a good one. I can't even argue with you in this. Wii's already janky as hell, Nintendo just being accurate to the source material. Oh yeah, so the amount of clips where someone like... The fact that that can happen is honestly really, really, really funny. Oh, gamers, 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 please rise for the national anthem of beauty. Are we counting? Oh, you beauty. Almost makes you feel like I'm going down on a ski resort, doesn't it? And then this bit, oh, I fucking love this bit. And then, oh, the guitar riff at the end. Absolutely no doubt where this goes. That guitar riff was such a wonderful addition to this remix that I think elevates it to be in contention for the top 10 at the very end. Oh, it gives me goosebumps every single time. Yes. But what comes next, gamers? Oh my god, we're going to... Jesus, Wave 4 really was insane, wasn't it? So once we're done going on the best ski resort ever made. Oh, gamers, welcome to the island. The Yoshi kind of island. What were you thinking about, huh? What were you thinking about, you silly goose? Even though not much of a Yoshi's Island guy, even I can't resist just the pure amount of charm that they built into this map. Just honestly, like, you got the walking shy guys straight from Yoshi's Island. You got those bouncy chain chomps as well. There's one right above me there, straight from Yoshi's Island. The color palette as well, very reminiscent of its source material. Just sheer amount of charm on display is just unreal. The pure amount of love that was crafted onto this is nothing short of a masterclass, and honestly, it's tracks like this that make me excited for what Nintendo has on offer for the next Mario Kart game. I'm patiently waiting. I'm happy to wait for the next game, but tracks like this just make me want it today, right now. And I don't think any part of this track exemplifies my feeling as the final bit at the very end. The fact that they incorporated one of the gimmicks of Yoshi's Island as a track design element is nothing short of genius. I think, to me, as I've mentioned before, it's one of those things that elevates a good crossover to like an amazing crossover. And the fact that there's that floating, the floating thing there, one of the many sides of Yoshi's Island, you have to grab that in order to get a better inward path, is such a small but fantastic way of incorporating. Oh, you missed it. I'm so damn it. It's such a good way of incorporating one of the gimmicks of the series into mainline Mario Kart, and I just think that is utterly phenomenal. And one of the and then when you take the shortcut, you jump through this flower hoop. What do you jump through at the end of every Yoshi's Island level? But as a racetrack, I will admit, it isn't as compelling as it could be. I will admit that. And I think that's probably what makes it not in contention for my top 10 personally. But if you're putting this anywhere less than S, I think there's genuinely something up with you. The charm on display is nothing short of a miracle, and I absolutely cannot wait for the next Mario Kart game to give us more wonderful crossovers like this. I wonder if the music is going to be just as charming. I wonder. Oh my lord. There's a version of this that you've probably heard a lot of if you played Smash, which is the Smash rendition of Yoshi's Island. It had a high bar to beat in the Smash Brawl version. And this one comes along and it's just like... Yo, bring the whole band in now. Oh my cow! And then the plucked strings on this bit, I love it. Just imagine this, right? You were in first place, a green shell hit you, then a red shell hit you, and then someone chomped you with a piranha plant. I'm so annoyed. Oh, I just can't believe this. This is... You know what? Maybe this isn't so bad. It's just, they don't even... You already know where this is going. I'm gonna have a hard time picking my OST top 10 at the end of this. Once we're done going to the island, pack your bags, gamers, because we're going on another flight. We're going all the way to Bangkok. If Amsterdam was the city track that kind of made me go, hey, city-based tour tracks, they're not so bad. Bangkok was one that was just kind of like... I mean, I guess you're alright. I feel like if this was the first tour track, if this was where Paris Promenade was, This would be phenomenal. I think we would have put this in A tier at the time, because I think this would have been an excellent showcase as to what tour tracks could do. There's a lot of instances where you can, like, cut a shorter path, you know? And I do quite like that, but I don't think there's anything that Bangkok does where I'm just like, do you know what? I really, really like that. If I'm not mistaken, I think in the original variant, it had, like, some ink-spitting piranha plants. Correct me if I'm wrong. The Tour Andes. I've still not played Tour. But then, obviously, let's not forget the real reason you're playing Bangkok. The greatest set piece in video game history. Fucking parking garage. But considering that's the only part that leaves an impression on me, I can't really rate Bangkok that high. So it is in the okay tour tracks. I'll give you that. I'll give you that, Bangkok. There was a lot of people, including, look, it's already happening. It's already happening in my live chat. D mid. The moment you hear this flute coming, you're like, that's when you know you're in for something special. And I think Tour Bangkok offers that. I think someone in my original video said that it seems like you're doing a heist on a sunset vista. It just sounds really cool like that, doesn't it? Oh. Oh. Flu guy, pop off, man, pop off. I'm gonna put you in A. I'm gonna put you in A for sure. Honestly, I don't understand all the people hating this. So gamers, once we're done pulling off a sunset heist, the theft of Thailand, where do we go next? I sure hope it's not another circuit.
Oh, brother!
Where's Airship, you cowards? Where is it? Is what we were saying when Wave 4 originally came out, didn't we? I'm not as angry now as I was at the time for this track essentially taking Airship Fortress's slot. But that being said though, now that I'm not so angry about that, what do we have left? We just have another circuit track. Yeah, the spitting fire piranha plants are somewhat interesting, but the Wiggler gamers, the Wiggler. Oh my god, the Wiggler. I like the shortcuts in the forest. The shortcuts you can make in the forest, this one here, it is pretty neat. It is pretty neat. I'll give you that. If there's one thing that should be pretty obvious by now, is circuit tracks absolutely don't interest me. And while you do get some pretty... There we go, Mr. Fish. While you do get some pretty neat U-turns at the end, it absolutely isn't enough to win me over. This is nothing like the other circuits. There's a nice transition into the woods, and the end of U-turns feel satisfying. Gameplay-wise, you could argue that it's doing a bit more than most circuit tracks did, which it kind of had to because it's a Star Cup track. But what does it have to win me over specifically? Nothing. C feels a little harsh, but D's a bit much. So do you know what? You can chill with the other tour tracks up in C+. You see how in Calamari Desert, I was waiting for that one part, which was the flute, and I was very disappointed. When it comes to the Figure 8 Circuit / Mario Circuit remix, there was one part I was waiting for, which is the record scratching. So does this one deliver? It does deliver. That's the one part I'm waiting for, personally. I do like the guitar going boom, 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 like the guitar that you can hear, like, coming in the background every now and again. Oh, is it decently catchy? I suppose. I mean, it's alright. Should have had a trapdoor. B, you say. B is fair. C. The record scratch makes it high C or B. Do you know what? You're right. You're right. You can hold the bottom of B. You can hold the bottom of B. What could come after that most middest track ever made? Oh my god! My beloved childhood returns once more. Oh, you're my favorite track as a kid. From Double Dash finally makes its triumphant return. It really does feel like a Waluigi-themed dirt bike arena. I think they got the best of Waluigi Pinball. They got with the presentation. You can see the stadium. You can see like his icon. The camera angle's still there from the original. And you've got the loveliest mud texture that Wave 4 has ever presented to you. And then the fire, jumping through the fire rings. Still feels pretty damn solid, I would say. You got the half pipes up there from the Wii variant, but it doesn't really do much, honestly. But what a glow up this track got, right? What an absolute glow up. Let's get some nitpicks out of the way real quick. The dancing signs. I'm upset at you for that. I'm still upset at you, but I will forgive you. And then secondly, where is Blood aiming? Where is Blood aiming? Why are they diagonal? I think Waluigi was having a bit of a weird moment, but I think they make up for it with this extra path you see up here. Having to trick to get to an upper path, I don't think it's something, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe it's something that they've ever done. I think this is new. This is a new type of concept for track design. And I think for a track like Waluigi Stadium, you know, a dirt bike arena, something where you want to show off like that, I think it makes sense theming-wise for this to be the first track to introduce such a concept. And I think it definitely does make up for the diagonal piranha plants. This one's fun, creative, colorful, all the good things. It's leagues above Wario Stadium. Slippy coming in with the hard facts. I think those small little nitpicks for me stop me from really putting it in the contention for the best, I would say. But I absolutely adore playing on this. I absolutely adore playing on Waluigi Stadium. Something that's a bit more controversial, the music. Some people said they weren't a fan of this rendition. I think you notice a difference right off the rip, right, with the way it starts. The original sounds like this. Like the melodies are kind of swapped over. I guess some people don't like that. I think they're both fine, if you ask me. I don't think there's one that's better than the other. I just think they're both fine. Although when it comes to the original, I think I prefer the way the original starts over the remake. Especially that little squeak that comes in. I don't know what that's all about, but it adds that little bit of nostalgic charm to me, you know? But I think where this version ends up shining very, very hard is the second half, I would say. And the loop as well. And I'm personally a very, very big fan of their decision to just go straight into it instead of starting from the intro bit. But if we're being honest, I think the peak way to enjoy this... You know what? Waluigi Stadium, my beloved. Do you have enough? You know what? You absolutely do. It's just all nostalgia and vibes, guys. It's just all nostalgia and vibes. So gamers, once we're done with Waluigi's Paradise, we go to another tour track. I can hear you groaning and moaning already. Oh, yeah. Now you're, yeah. Okay, now that's fair, isn't it? Singapore Speedway. I guess Nintendo finally realized, hey, if we're gonna sell just basic ass city tracks to our player base, let's add a gimmick that everyone and their mother will find fun. Speed. I am speed. While I think the first lap is fine, I think flying over this the football stadium is quite neat. The Goombas just chilling over there. The second lap also has you go into Chinatown. It has a different variation of the music as well. Very, very neat. But if we're being honest, we know why we're really here in Singapore Speedway. Fly me away, gamers. Fly me away. Is this the only time where gliding just felt kind of fun? Is this the only time ever? That's like the only section, I would say, in the entirety of Mario Kart 8. And then you go back to Chinatown one more time before making your way to the finale. Absolutely adore Singapore Speed. I'm always having fun. Not a single bad moment. Again, you could say maybe it's a bit too lap 3 focused. What you get in laps 1 and 2 is good enough, and then wave 3 just absolutely nails it to perfection. Can the same be said about the music? Yo, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Squid Sisters! Yo, we making out of Incopolis with this one, baby! If you weren't listening to Peak before, like, hey, how about we have the best loop point in Mario Kart history? You doubt me? You doubt me? Get ready for it, gamers. Get ready for it. Nothing short of an absolute masterclass. Make it sound as Chinese as possible without just playing chopsticks. Can you do that for me? They're like, brother, I've got you. Oh, that's really good. I like what you've done there, Dave. Can you add a big gwa at the beginning, please? There we go, mate. Cut print, S+ tier. Sorted. Fucking sorted, mate. We're into another wave, gamers, and you know what that means? Another Tour City track. Is it one of the good ones? I don't know. You tell me. Athens Dash? Yeah, I think Alfonso said it's the only Tour City to not feel like a Tour City. They've actually decided to use different architecture for once, you know? They're like, hey, maybe just being in a city isn't always that interesting all of the time, you know? Crazy revelation. The aesthetic of this track, very, very nice. Very nice, right? Although there is one part I don't like. There is one part I don't like. I hate it so much. Oh, does this stage really make you feel like you're in Athens? Wait, which way we go? Wait, I was just following you guys. What the hell? I was just following you. Oh my god, I love blind jumps. This didn't just happen to me. I feel like if I watch a lot of people's first times playing this, a lot of people try to drive straight because they have no idea. I know there's some big giant arrows there. I know, but like, if I criticized Mario Kart 7's Mario Circuit for this, I'm gonna criticize Athens Dash for this too. I'm very consistent. If I'm one thing, it's consistent. Consistently right, actually. So I don't like this blind jump. I don't like it. Other than that, look, even me and Nintendo Life, my man, proving my point so I don't have to record an extra clip. Mi amigo, mi hermano, walalo, yes, he proved my points. The thing I want from Tour City is at least to be like memorable, set piece wise. I think Athens Dash is the first time where they just don't really do that. But in this case, it's a rare instance where they don't exactly have to have good set pieces to just be fun to play on. I think just tricking up the Colosseum stairs and avoiding the giant rocks at the end, that's one set piece I remember. Look at this bit, you know? Is it the most intricate game design? No. But tricking is just kind of fun. Yes, I do like Excite by Arena. I think Athens Dash is definitely one of the good ones. It transcends its brothers in the C+ tier. I think it makes it to B. I think it makes it out of the hood. Even then, again, some people will say they don't really like it too much. Decent fan. I like you, Athens. I really do. I should visit you someday. I really hope there isn't racism over there.
Yes. But I am more white than you. You look gypsy.
Gamers, we're about to go to Frodo. We're about to get the Lord of the Ring and challenge the Star War in the next best adventure blockbuster waiting to come at you. Now let's start this epic adventure with the first music of the game. Let's go! We're at the start of an adventure, aren't we? It's great! I love it! Jig with me, chat, jig with me. And then the fucking little bard playing his little guitar. The town squire, you know, before you leave. Very, very nice. Very, very, very nice. Good enough to be on repeat. It's good enough to be on repeat. How repeat would we say? About here. I think about here is right. Man, I really want to visit Athens. What do you guys think? Baldur's Gate 3, the track? Hell yeah. Quality music. Quality stuff. I really hate Daisy Cruiser and the Daisy stands. Ladies and gentlemen, once we're done going to Athens and playing the most decent chore track ever made, I sure hope the next track isn't a track where I have to once again admit that maybe I was on the wrong side of history. I really hope they don't do that to me. Nintendo, you're not gonna... Alright, guys, alright. I'll admit it again. Do you want me to admit it again? Daisy Cruiser. It's one of the good ones now, okay? I'll invite it to the cookout, okay? I'll invite it to the cookout this time. As I mentioned before, the thing that really charmed me over in this version is just the absolute adherence to the theme. It just looks like a royal cruiser, way more so in this version. From the chillin' Goombas you see over here, to the internal decorator going ham. This looks like an actual dining room now, with people in there, daisy flowers on the windows. This was given such a nice glow up. The green on the floor as well to accent the orange. The fucking chandelier, I didn't even notice that. The chandelier. It looks like a crown. How cool is that, huh? How cool is that? And then, of course, I think the underground bit as well was a bit weird in the original, but I think making it underwater, adding the eel, the clamshells for an extra item. Again, internal decorator, you did a good job there, mate. You did a good job. You're hired. You're hired to decorate my house now. I'm hiring you. I just love it when Mario Kart tracks give you another opportunity to get an extra item, and the clamshells here, they definitely give you another chance. I like it. I like it. I like it a lot. Mr. Silent Game and the Fish, you kind of did a good one there, buddy. You're an A. You're one of the good ones. There you go, guys. There you go. There you go, Daisy Cruiser stands. Are you happy now? Are you happy? I've seen the light once more. Arrgh. But was I wrong about the music, though? Was I wrong? Last time, gamers, the strings had me on strings. And it's safe to say, the strings still have me on strings. And then come back again, come back in again. Are you happy, Daisy Cruiser stands? Are you happy? You better be happy. It's in the top of 8. I've got on repeat, god damn it. I've already had to admit I'm wrong once today. Am I gonna have to admit I'm wrong again? I'm gonna have to admit I'm wrong again, don't I? It's like a YouTuber's greatest weakness. I'm like itching. I'm like itching, guys. I'm already itching. Admitting I'm wrong? Arrgh. Never say I'm not willing to change my mind, okay? I'm beating the allegations. My mind can be changed. As I've always said, I've always maintained the unpopular stance that Moonview Highway in its original edition was a load of bollocks. And I still think that to this day. In Wii, bollocks. But this remake, though, this remake is fantastic. One interaction I absolutely love. This truck and this bomb car will always appear exactly as they are now at the beginning of each stage. Meaning, if you get a green shell on this early stage of the game, you can snipe that bomb car and take out the person in first. I love that interaction. You can keep playing this track. This car and this bomb will always come at this point, and it'll kind of force you into a little bit of a squeeze here. You see, that AI just drove straight into that car. Generally, I tend to go outside of this car here to just to make sure I'm safe. But if you want to thread the needle in between the two, the bomb car and the truck, and get the better speed, it's risky because someone could snipe you with that bomb car. I love this opening interaction. I love it so much. And, as I said, I think with the reduced number of cars, in my first impressions, I said, oh, I wasn't a fan of it. I think the reduced number of cars actually plays into the psychology of how this map works. Every time you now drift on this oncoming lane, you don't know if there's a car coming. There isn't so many that drifting on that oncoming lane is basically just suicide, but there's enough where you think, am I gonna risk taking the shorter drift into oncoming traffic if a car might be there? So one thing I really like, since this bomb car comes early, you know that there's nothing going to come in for the oncoming traffic. Oncoming traffic is so rare that you know if you see one in this opening gambit, when you're driving down this lane, there's not going to be one when you take the inside drift. I like that. You have to really think about it. If you haven't seen a car here, do you risk it? I really, really, really like that. And that's what it should have been in the original. I love this interaction so much. And as I'm going to predict, since the bomb car just come by, there's no oncoming traffic. I really, really like that. If you see a car and you pass it, you know it's safe. If you haven't seen a car, do you risk it for the biscuit? Do you risk it for the biscuit? I like that. And this boost section's always been kind of fun, really. And the same applies to this section as well. Even though there's less cars, if you don't see a car, do you risk drifting into oncoming traffic? I love a bit of risk reward. I do love a bit of risk reward. And again, you see a car here. It did come a bit, it was a bit closer to you than you would have liked. So is there still oncoming traffic here? I think I would personally risk this. I would guess that there's none coming. But see, there was one really close though. Yeah! Do you see what I'm getting at, Chad? Do you see? If Moonview Highway in Wii was a game design disaster class, Moonview Highway in the BCP is a game design masterclass. I'll put you there, okay? I'll put you there. You're in the middle of 8 here. Leave me alone. Leave me alone, okay, guys? I admit it, I was wrong. Not about the Wii version is still shit, okay? It's still shit. Yeah, I said it. Yeah, I said it. Losers! Music, though. The music. I've always been a fan of the music. Do the part, do the part. Drum guy into piano. Oh, can you tell I like the drums on this? Can you tell? And the build up, the build up. Oh, you thought we were done? You thought we were done? Ain't no way, brother. Oh, gamers, welcome to the city. Ba-ba-ba. Goated with the sauce. Goated with the absolute sauce. Oh, my lord. Yeah, this top 10 is going to be hard for me to decide. That is an insane amount of tracks I have to contend with and decide my top 10. And there's even a couple more left. There's probably, I can see, there's a couple more tracks we have left. Whew! Do they say, oi bruv, empty the compartment in your pantaloons when you get robbed in the UK? That made me laugh. That made me laugh. Well done. What comes next, though? Oh my god! Oh my god, what the fuck? It's so peak. There's peak on top of peak today. Yes! I love talking about good tracks. Gamers, once we're done zooming on the highway, we take a trip to Miyamoto's bathroom in squeaky clean sprint. Is this what Mario Kart 9 has to offer? Is this what we're missing out on with the next Mario Kart game? If so, release it now. I don't care about the Switch 2. Release it now. I was gonna say, is there a track? Yoshi's Island is definitely up there on the charm department. And I would argue that Squeaky Clean Sprint is easily up there too. The adherence to the theme is just unreal. I just absolutely adore this track. They're going into the bathroom with the rubber duck with the Mario hat, going inside the drain, which I think I mentioned as a kid used to freak me out. Okay, there was an episode of Ed, Edd n Eddy, right? A drain gets pulled and they all just go inside the drain. I always thought that would happen to me. So like, I always made sure I jumped out the bath anytime I pulled the drain, because I thought is there like at least one other person? This probably would have been kid me's worst nightmare. Ironic. Tracks do. I love it when Mario Kart tracks do this. Another chance for another item. If you go on the off-road over there, you get a double item. In the middle of that ring, a giant-ass ring over there. I mean, I wonder who ended up dropping that. Unbelievable. You do have another blind jump, though. You do have another blind jump here, Nintendo. Like I said, I don't really like that. I don't really like those. But the road is long and wide enough for you to kind of get away with it. And then, oh my god, in the second lap, gamers, we hover over a toilet, which does nothing on lap 1. But then on lap 2, oh yes, you get soaked in piss water. And I'm not talking about the drink in GTA. I'm talking about that lovely toilet piss water, straight from Sweet Sweet Canyon. The alternate path you can go on, the right over here. Again, it might be slower, but it's still a very nice touch. I think the absolute adherence to the theme is absolutely glorious. I absolutely adore the way this track looks. You even like these bottles of shampoo. There's just so many instances. I could like show you video after video of so many instances where this track just sticks to the theme so beautifully. When I originally ranked this track, it won my mind but not my heart. And I think by playing this track a lot more, I think it has. I put it on the top of A in my Wave 5 review. But ladies and gentlemen, Squeaky Clean Sprint has to join the upper echelon in S tier. It absolutely has to. The more I play it, the more I just absolutely appreciate what it's gone for. If it's tracks like this, I cannot wait for the next Mario Kart game. Absolutely. So, Squeaky Clean, you're definitely making a Squeaky Clean entrance into the S tier. But can the music match the tempo? Oh my lord. The Harmon mute trumpet? Accelerated banger? Mario Odyssey? Being sold a laundry detergent? And then time to do the twist, gamers. Time to do the twist. Are you ready? As Spongy said in my original Wave 5 review, I really do feel like I want to scrub my balls in the shower. Does it have enough to join the very contentious top 10 list? I would say not. Not just about not enough. But oh lord, does it go into S tier. It definitely belongs in the playlist. For sure. And I think Glide, me and Glide are just fighting. I swear to god, me and Glide. Gamers, once we're done scrubbing our balls in the shower, or tits, either way, you know, I'm not, or whatever it is you want to scrub, you know, I'm very inclusive here. What I'm not inclusive of is very mid-tracks, because it means I've got nothing to talk about. This is aggressively mediocre, just like its East Coast counterpart. Actually, I will say one nice thing. It bears repeating once more. I want at least the section tour tracks to have memorable set pieces. Lap 1 is the beach, lap 2 is the city, and lap 3 is the oil rig, because yeah, that's what we think of when we think Los Angeles, right? This is the part where someone says to me, yeah, but LA does have oil fields. I don't fucking give a shit. I want to be in the beach, bro. That's what I care about. This beach, it should have just been all beach. I want beaches, goddammit. Nintendo hates America. True. Actually true. I can't believe they're America-phobic. We should start a hashtag about this. We should start a movement. We should start a riot. The more things change, the more they stay the same. I think I put this in C in my original, but like, I think C was just too nice. I really think C was too nice. Seymour, the house is boring. It is boring. Lord. Anyway, is the music gonna save it? I really hope they keep the ba 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 ba. I really hope they keep that in this version. Yeah, let's just move on, shall we? Let's move on. Sunset. Oh my god, this wave sucked. Fuck this wave, bro. Once we're done going for oil, we're gonna dig for gold in Sunset Wilds, or as I like to call it, 7:50 p.m. Wilds, or as I like to call it, Sunship Milds, or as I like to call it, Afternoon Wilds, or as I like to call it, Shit Milds. The most recent comment I got on my Wave 5 video was somebody saying they timestamped it and it said this part made me laugh so hard I fell down the stairs, and it was the part where I said shit milds. So I think I have to say that in order to make them laugh again. Man, more like shit milds, am I right? You better laugh again. You better laugh at that. What's it? What were the excuses people were? Oh, the lighting engine. Fuck your lighting engine. This is Nintendo we're talking about, okay? You know what? You tell him, Shifrillis. I'll let the Crabman say it, because he can say it with much more gusto than me.
But the lighting system in Mario Kart 8 doesn't allow the sun to dynamically set. Are you fucking stupid? Are you implying that the experienced programmers at Nintendo could not find a workaround for this in order to keep the most crucial gimmick intact for one of the most popular courses from Mario Kart Super Circuit?
Unbelievable. And then what? Even without the sunset, you're left with just... What is there? And then the fucking Shy Guys are boring. The Shy Guys are boring. Seymour, the Shy Guys are boring. How did you make one of the coolest gimmicks in the original track boring? Seymour. Oh, Seymour. The house is boring. You know what? I'm feeling mean today. I'm feeling really mean today. You know what? Seymour, the house is absolutely disgusting. It's filthy. Arrgh! Music. Oh, baby! Hold on and a hoot nanny? Don't forget to grab your partner, chap. Grab your partner and start swinging on. We're dancing all day and all day. We're gonna keep going till nighttime. But sight, the sun doesn't set. Brandine, get my moonshine. Ba-ba-da-da-da. Hang on, hold up. I don't like the fact that the music that goes ba ba and then it quietens down to build up again. Why do you do that? I don't know why you do that. Why don't you just maintain the volume? Why don't you? Anyway, that's annoying. So as a result, you annoy me enough to not go in the A tier for that. But you know what? You're still a foot tapper. Where's my stank but shut up. Certified yeehaw! I do like it. It's definitely got some yees and some ha's, but you're still annoying me, okay? Where's the Shy Guy tense, god damn it? Where's the Shy Guy tense? Nintendo went woke. Gamers, once we're done having a hoot nanny and a hoedown, I feel like going to a cape. A certain cape, I would say. I want to go to the cape. What kind of cape? The Koopa cape. Ooh. Butchered cape? Looper vape? Yeah. It's not really the same, is it? It's not really the same, is it? Initially, I didn't really know why I didn't like this version of the track, but I think I figured it out. I figured out what everyone else figured out way back in Wave 5, which is this bit here in particular. It's just scaled way too small, isn't it? I remember this part lasting way longer in the original Wii version. And yet in this bit, it just disappears in a flash, doesn't it? It's already gone. Like, we're already in the next section. And the next section, obviously, where's my electrics? The inclusion of a half pipe is pretty cool. But I think it's safe to say, you ain't really my Koopa Cape, are you? Which is a bit of a shame. You're still decently fun to race on, I suppose. But like, brother. Well, what's happened to you, man? You know what? You crack B. I think that's fair. That's not even controversial. You're like barely in B tier, lad. I'm not gonna lie. You're barely in B tier. Let's be honest. Is the music still as catchy as it always has been? Yo, Whistleman. Whistleman comes back for a cameo. The Queeker as well, the Queeker. Watch him roll it, watch him go, watch him roll it, watch him go, watch him go, watch him go, watch him go. And then... oh, it's a hootenanny and hold down now. And then, ooh. We'll get chill with it. You feel chill now? You know what? You can stay there. You can stay there, Cooper Cape. You might not be my Cooper Cape, but you still sound pretty solid, I'll tell you that much. A-tier good. You know, that's it. You're a B tier now. There you go. So mostly rebels against the rules. You can't tell me what to do. Pack your bags, gamers, because once we're done with not my Cooper Cape... oh boy. You fancy going for a game of hockey? Whoa. Vancouver, huh? I understand the hype behind Vancouver, it's just another city track. You're not wrong, right? But I feel like this one just has that little bit extra, you know? Like this bridge section just feels kind of cool, you know? It feels kind of cool. Like going into the ice rink on like the second and third laps just feels kind of cool. This track is like the master of vibes, you know? Can I point to you something I really like in Vancouver? Not really. It's just got vibes, you know? I don't know what it is about you Canadians, man. I don't know. You got something in the maple, I'm telling you. You got something in the maple. You got something, it's something in there. There's something in there. Well, I'm a bit more confident in putting you just above the other OK tour tracks, you know? Canadians, I'm fucking with you if you're fucking with me. We fucking, yeah? Fucking with you, okay? What about the music, though? There's no way you have bad music, right? There's no way this music's gonna be that good. There's no way at all. And then my favorite instrument on planet Earth, saxophone guy, you have been retired. Mr. Eevee, man. Show him what you've got. Show him what you've got, brother. And then the epic finale, Canada. One more time. Bring it home. Boom. The top 10 is just getting harder and harder and harder, gamers. I envy Future. Hey, Future Musty, I envy you, brother. I envy you. I don't have to figure out my top 10 now, but you fucking got it, you loser. Rome wasn't built in a day, but this track was long. It seems like this is some people's version of Vancouver, because when I say I don't know what I like about Vancouver, I just kind of like Vancouver. A lot of people say the same about Rome of Auntie, and as far as I'm concerned, the only interesting bit is the Colosseum, which, don't get me wrong, it does look kind of cool. Is it good enough to rank any higher than just okay? I don't know, you tell me, gamers. You tell me. I don't know. I like this one. I don't know why. I just think it's neat. See? You can't explain it. The same way I can't explain Vancouver, but it's just got vibes. It's just got vibes. So, you know what? Let's just speedrun this and put it in the OK Tour tracks. One thing that makes you C+ is the way the water looks. The water looks nice, doesn't it? The water does look very, very nice. Definitely doesn't look like blue tack. I'm a graphics Andy now, gamers. How could you tell? Is the music any good, gamers? Do we really feel like we're in Rome? Nice of Peach to bring us blah, 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 blah. Squeaky clean sprint wannabe? Squeaky clean sprint wannabe, you know? Damn. That's mean, Glide. That's so mean. You're not wrong, though. You're not wrong. Hey, Mr. Rome. You know what? I got nothing to say. I don't even want to do a green screen bit. I'll just shrug my shoulders and leave it at that. It's just okay. You are like you are so okay. It's unreal. How okay are you? You're about up here okay. You're just like on the high end of okay. Once we're done having pizza and spaghetti with the princess. I heard that DK Summit is not snowy this time of year. And that's exactly what we got in Donkey Kong Mountain. When Wave 6 initially came out, I had some choice words for this. It was a very, very hot take. And I think it bears repeating. I think DK Mountain has been utterly obliterated by the sands of time. It was a fantastic track in Double Dash. It was a great track in Wii. I just don't think it was a good fit for this game. And I'm going to explain to you very, very clearly. First slot track, where do we go? we go into a cannon. Now, let me ask you the question. Let me post the question to you. What do cannons actually do? Now, in Mario Karts of old, cannons were actually very, very good. A lot of these like a cool set piece, right? In gameplay, they gave you a bit of immunity. You couldn't get hit by thunderbolts. You couldn't get hit by spiny shells. You couldn't get by anything. It was a moment for you to just chill and enjoy getting shot from a cannon in Airship Fortress or shooting straight to the tree line in Maple Treeway. In Mario Kart, they decided to do a different tech, which I actually really, really liked, which was the cannons, you're no longer immune. You remember back in the past of Mario Kart 8, you'd get hit by a thunderbolt in a cannon, boom, you got screwed. Lakita would slowly have to carry you all the way to the end. Oh, it was painful, wasn't it?
You never really knew when Zeus would strike and ruin your otherwise perfect game. This small change to how cannons worked added a little bit of extra thrill that I really enjoyed.
But as of the current update,
getting hit by a lightning while gliding no longer makes you fall.
I think cannons have lost a lot of their spectacle just on the fact that we've seen cannons before. Cannons now just feel like... It just feels like a really long glider section where you can't really move. I don't really think it has that same mystique or same spectacle as it used to. I just don't think the cannons really work that well. So, okay, the cannon is kind of lame. What else do you have? You have this, like, rocky road where you can do a couple of tricks. In Double Dash, when the controls were quite slippery, having such a wide road that the only obstacles were just trying to wrestle with the controls, it was quite compelling. It was actually pretty good in that game. In this game, though, where the controls are really tight and responsive, and as modern Mario Kart has been, it doesn't really work, does it? And then on top of that, you get into the next section, which is this rock. Put your hand up for a second. Has this rock ever hit you? No, put your hand down. And I can see some of you putting your hands up. I am expecting 0 hands to be raised. No hands at all. This rock has never hit you. I am thoroughly mediocre at Mario Kart, and this rock has never ever hit me. Why? Because it's too out the way. Why is it too out the way? Because in Double Dash, remember, the controls are really slippery. Having a rock even be a presence was a genuine threat. In modern Mario Kart, the controls are so tight, it doesn't work. So this rock is essentially a non-threat. Yeah, there's a second rock that comes up and just part here, and it is a threat because it's like directly in your path. But then you get the third rock. Third rock is barely on the fucking... It's like on the track for like a frame, and that's it. And then you get the bridge, which, hey, it might not be as deadly as the bridges of old. Ironically enough, the one part which people might get annoyed with, which is the bridge, the iconic bridge, I actually really like what they did with it. They made it like a wiggly so you can trick on it, but it still has that threat of if there's a heavyweight next to you, they can still bump you off a little. It's still got a bit of risk to it, but it's a bit more compelling than it used to be. I like what they did with the bridge, but the rest of the track, though, absolutely not. Is it still a fun track to play on? Yes. And if you personally enjoy playing on it, all the more power to you. I'm not saying this track is mid to take away your enjoyment. I'm saying this track is mid because I don't think it should have been a Wave 6. I think Dino Dino Jungle should have been a Wave 6, so that when they looked at this track in Mario Kart 9 or X or whatever the leak said it was going to be called, they could have refined this track, maybe make this part like a bit more congested, add a few more hazards, make the rocks a bit more interesting a hazard. You could have made what was a very good track in its debut game have its iconic status still.
Doesn't the canon critique also apply to DK Summit?
I think it also does, but I think the canon in DK Summit at least makes more thematical sense. It's supposed to represent you going up a ski lift to the top of the ski mountain. So I think thematically, it makes more sense. And that's why I think it's a bit more tolerable. The cannon ride in DK Mountain doesn't really make much thematic sense. It's a cannon ride for the sake of a cannon ride, which is obviously not as thrilling as it used to be when it was first introduced. So as a result, I think the cannon ride in this one just isn't really as compelling. So overall, I'll put you on the top of C. It's just not my DK Mountain. What about the music? There's the music My DK Mountain. Remember, guys, this is my childhood, so I'm expecting everyone to say nice things in the comments. I'm expecting all of you guys to be nice to me. Someone said in my Wave 6 comments that this flute makes it sound like it's from Tropical Freeze, and I actually do agree. Having played Tropical Freeze, I do agree. It does sound like it could be part of like the Tropical Freeze soundtrack. Does it make it sound any better here, though? I do like the way it like flutters at this bit here. I love the flutes on this bit. I think it makes sense on this bit. I think to the other parts of the melody, I don't think it works as well. And overall, where else are you gonna go but the okay tier? I'll put you on... I'll leave you there. I'm sorry, Donkey Kong Mountain. You're single-handedly #1 in Mario Kart Double Dash, but you're not in my heart for this one. Right, what's next, though? Off. Yes. Yes, I get to make fun of Daisy Circuit again. Yes, yes! So gamers, once we're done having a trip on the mountain during the summertime, let's chill on the sunset glow of Daisy Circuit. Daisy Circuit stands, I think it's fair to say that you convinced me when it came to Daisy Cruiser. When it comes to Daisy Circuit, though, guys, my mind is changed. I also think Daisy Circuit is a good track.
You already know I'm lying. Oh, I put it in C. I put it in C. Oh, back at it. Maybe you'll win me over with the music this time. Maybe you'll win me over, guys. Maybe. Come on. Hey, cheer up. Cheer up. You got the music still, huh? The flute on the intro, though. The flute on the intro. Hey, I like it. Yeah, okay, I'm feeling you, Daisy. I'm feeling you. Especially when the flute comes in on this bit, eh? Are you ready for it? Especially this bit here. Hang on, where is it? The addition of the flute is just takes it from good to fantastic. But hey, that's enough compliments for you, Daisy Circus stands. Time for me to be mean again. I'm waiting for the bit. This bit in this version. You telling me that beats the loop point in the original Wii version? I don't know. But I think the addition of the flute is lovely. I'm gonna put you. I think B's about right. You're definitely a foot tapper. I'll leave you there. And I'll call it a day. But gamers, once we're done enjoying that sunset glow, we go into the depths. We go to rock bottom in Piranha Plant Cove. Rock bottom is how I describe how I feel about this track as well, Oh, Cove stands, you have not made a friend in me, that's for sure. Initially, when my Wave 6 video came out, I was a bit torn on this. A lot of people saying it's probably their favorite track of the Wave. A lot of people also saying it's mid. And guess what? I'm on the mid side of history. And proudly so. Nighttime aesthetics have the chance to be really, really compelling. And yet, this is an instance where your track is set during the nighttime, and yet you do not have the striking visuals I would expect. And this isn't a BCP thing. We've seen good-looking tracks in the BCP, and yet Piranha Plant Cove is not really one of them. I think the nighttime aesthetic probably hinders this track more than it benefits it. I think if there was more of a sunset glow, the underwater portions of the track were orange-coated, that would have been really, really nice. Like, you glide across a moonlit ocean. This visual right here has the chance to be really, really stellar, and look at it. This is your go? Side eye. There's an eel that passes by you in like the second lap as well, and I think you get to see it in the third lap. I think the eel is actually really, really nice. Does it really add anything to make it more compelling for me?
Not this time.
You just want to be Thwomp Ruins. You're like Thwomp Ruins underwater, and I've already given Thwomp Ruins a low rank for being just like Thwomp Ruins. I'll also put you next. You can chill with your homie. Up there. There you go. You're just chilling. Two tracks that had the chance to be aesthetically striking for me, and that some people will swear that it is, but you're getting no plaudits from me. That's for sure. Oh my god, guys. Secret of Monkey Island vibes. Wow. Super run, super fun, super stars. Isn't that really nice? That's quite catchy. That's a catchy tagline. I can confirm to you, Seymour, that the house is in fact boring. So once we're done going on an undersea adventure, we go to Spain. Oh my god, Spain? Spain gamers? Spain with DS. What do we think of Spain, guys? What do you think of Spain? My aunt lived in Madrid for a bit. Oh man, what does your have you showed this track to your aunt? Does it really feel like Madrid? Although I would say once again, gamers, Nintendo have done the thing. Blind jumps. I don't really like this blind jump. I guess the road is a bit wide, so you kind of get away with it. Someone said this in my comment section. It was very nice. I'm glad that you brought up this point, so I can slam dunk you here. Right? There's a road sign that points to you that you should be turning right. My counter to that is that the game has conditioned you over 5 waves to only look for the giant fuck off red arrows. That's what I'm used to looking for. So the track having a really cool piece of theming by including a natural road sign that you'd see in a city as the way for you to signal to turn, it's actually really nice. But again, since the other waves haven't done that sort of thing, I don't think it works in Madrid Drive neither, or at least the way they intended it to work. I still think it's a nice bit of theming. Other than that, section-based tour tracks, at least make me remember them, right? Sleeping Wiggler, train station, museum, Wiggler's Awake, football stadium. You at least have some cool set pieces, right? So I'll give Madrid Drive at least props for that. And I at least have a decent amount of fun driving. I'm seeing a lot of Madrid Drives in the chat, and to be honest, I don't agree. Wrong, chat. You're wrong. Along with everyone in the comments who says this is mid. You're all wrong. Because I quite like this. I would say it's just like Vancouver. I think it just about cracks into the B tier. I like it more than Madrid. I would say it's higher than Vancouver. It definitely cracks into B. 100%. Solid B tier for me. The Madridders are going to be an absolute shambles when they hear those castanets. The castanets just do something to me, man. They just do something to me. Oh my god, I love them. I love them. They took a note from Singapore Speedway's book and were like, hey, you want a good loop? We can do a good loop too. The Madrid haters are in shambles because ladies and gentlemen, I'll put you in A. Definitely on the higher end of A tier, I would say. Definitely. The Madrid drivers are absolutely shambolic right now. Hala Madrid gamers. Hala Madrid. Don't forget the other two. Oh, here we got that. The museum. Mozart. Hey, yo, Mozart, can you cook something up for me? Cheers, mate. Thanks. Oh, also, yo, Mozart, once you're done cooking something up, do you want to come to the footy with me? Do you want to come to the footy? Hola Madrid. Hola Madrid. Yeah, I think the variations are okay, which is why I didn't really talk about them. The main melody is what you're here for, you know? It's not like Moonview Highway, where like the city section is like so good on its own. I think the museum and stadiums are just like, they're nice theming additions, but that's just kind of it. Do you get what I mean? I don't really think they're that good standalone. So gamers, once you're done visiting the city of Royal Madrid, I sure hope they can keep up the tempo of this one. I sure hope we're not going to go to a boring Mario Kart 7 track. Really? Okay. All right, let's do a boring ice track again, shall we? Let's start from the top, okay? Graphically, compare this to Sherbetland. Okay, so it loses on the graphics department. Gameplay-wise, that clip probably describes it best by Silent Gaming Fish. Other than the big turn at the beginning, it's got nothing. Theming-wise, all you did was put the word Rosalina, add some occasional references to Galaxy, and you called it a day, right? As far as I'm concerned, guys, there's one thing Mario Kart has done phenomenally. It's theming. So if you're telling me just some vague references to Galaxy is enough to win you over, I think you need to keep your standards high. So theming-wise, boring. There was one thing I was willing to give this track, which is this section here. On the first lap, you get to drive on this upper section, with the choice being taken away from you in laps 2 and 3 in order to entice you to use a mushroom or another speed-enhancing item to reach the top section. One of the criticisms I had, though, was this top section is kind of boring. Think about like the tunnel shortcut in Yoshi's Island, right? At least in the original. That's a shortcut that you want to save a mushroom for. Is taking the top path in Rosalina's Ice World so good that you'd care to savor an item just to take it? No. In fact, I would argue that the bottom path is actually way more interesting. As Brandon is going to showcase to us, I hope he does it. Does he do it? Oh, he does it. I fucking love you, Brandon. He has 2 mushrooms still in his stockpile. And yet, somehow, despite the fact that the bridge should now be inaccessible without a speed-enhancing item, he's just taken the top path for free. The faster top path is available to him without using a speed-enhancing item. So what you're telling me is the one bit of good favor I gave to Rosalina's Ice World, in that they force you to use a speed-enhancing item to get to an otherwise inaccessible faster top path, is no longer a thing? So what you're telling me is that I can put this here, and no one's gonna complain, right? Is that what you're telling me? Because the only reason I put it in D, I like this sort of track design as a concept. So what you're telling me is the idea of taking a top path that's faster, that's inaccessible to you later, it's no longer a gimmick in this remake track. Why the hell would I put it anywhere higher than D tier? So instead, you are gonna sit down here, and the bowels. Hang on, where'd it go? Oh. I'd rather play Toad Circuit. You know what? I'll give this to you, Rosalina Ice World. I'd rather play you over Tokyo Blur. But as anyone will tell you, that is not an award. Does the music at least save you? I will give this to you, Ice World. I do like the theremin. The theremin on this bit. I think it's a theremin, isn't it? I do like it. I do think the piano on this one isn't as compelling as the piano in the original, I would say. And I do like the distorted bells on this bit here. At least that's what it sounds like. So there are elements of Rosalina's Ice World that I really, really like, but as a whole, does it really spark too much joy? If I'm being honest, I'd rather prefer the original. As a result, you can stay about and see. How C are you? I would say you're about this C. Good job, Ice World. I fucking hate you. So to all the people who told me in the comments, actually thank you. You're the reason I can put this in F tier and now live with my soul in peace. Now, after we're done with the whole world of mid that was Rosalina's Ice World, are the last 2 tracks going to save the wave? Gamers. Whoa, something tells me we're out of the mid zone. I can't tell you what it is, but something tells me. Wow, it's Zowie. But SNES Bowser Gods were free? When I heard a SNES track was coming back, I wasn't that excited. But when I heard they actually tried to give it a remake, I was very, very intrigued, I would say. I think they did everything they could to like take what the original did and like modernize it in such a perfect way. Kind of short, it's a short section, you know, because they, you know, again, in hardware limitations, they can't really do much with it. So what do they do in this one? They make it long, they make each path really long. Like in the same way that in the SNES version, there's a correct path, you can't just go left here. So in the 8 Deluxe version, like, hey,
you can just go left over all the way at the end there, but there's like a gate. You see the gated floor there? It's because fire can come up. So you can take the shortest path possible in the same way you could in the original, but it's not always what you want to do. Again, what does it guys say the word? Risk reward. I love it. We love risk reward, don't we? We also love going for a swim in the lava as well. And then again, the turn they made here, a very nice and simple use of anti-grav. It's just a simple U-turn with an anti-grav post if you're going to take a bit of a wider turn. Very, very simple use of anti-grav, but I really, really love it. A thwomp that's a little out of the way, but again, in the chaos of a Mario Kart match, you can be caused to go there every now and again. And again, these thwomps, these are probably the smartest positioned thwomps in all of Mario Kart. Why is that? This is probably one of the rare instances in all of Mario Kart where you would want to take a wider turn. Why would you want to take a wider turn? It's so that you can position yourself better to get on top of these pillars, so you can like speed up them because they're obviously faster, aren't they? And you get an item. So this is one of the rare instances where you'd want to take a wider turn to maybe align yourself a bit better, and they've got thwomps there that you have to account for. So you might have to take an inner turn, which, I mean, he does it quite well. He takes the inner turn and goes on top because he's a gamer. Silent Gaming Fish is really a gamer, and I'm secretly not. I really, really, really like that. I just really, really, really like that. And another clever use of thwomps here. It's not the thwomps going down that's the threat anymore. It's the thwomps going up. I don't think there's a single track in the entire series that's ever done that. And it's such a simple thing, but I think it's really, really clever and shows to the game design chops that Nintendo has when they're on their A-day. When they're on their A-day? I said A-game and Heyday, and I mixed them up. But I just love this remake. This remake is fantastic. Maybe I'm blowing too much smoke up this track's arse, and maybe I am. You could accuse me of that. But the fact that this track finally gave us a high standard of what SNES tracks can be, I have to give it its flowers. I absolutely do. Oh, yo, Mrs. Puff, do the thing. All the melodies that go on in the background as well, the drums going crazy. Oh, this version is just perfection. This is already stacked as is, but yeah, top of S tier for sure. Man, we're on the 96th out of 96 tracks. Is the game going to end off on this most stellar note it possibly could? Is it going to do that? Do you think it could? Do you think this game would? I don't know. Something tells me they knew what they were doing. We Rainbow Road to end on, huh? We Rainbow Road. Say the line with me, guys. I want you guys to say the line with me. What are the two things I look for in a Rainbow Road? I've said this so many times. I've said this over 5 times in this video because there are 5 Rainbow Roads in this game. Can you believe it? Difficulty and majesty. And does We Rainbow Road have both of those in spades? I think it's safe to say it certainly does. There's nothing really else I can... words can't describe just how fantastic this track is. And as much as I love, believe me, I love to shit on the Wii stands. I fucking hate you. I want all the Wii stands watching to know. I hate you with every bone in my body. I absolutely hate the Wii stands. But you know what? We can stand together. You're invited to the cookout. You cooked something nice. I think we have our final contender for top 10. Which order are all of these 10 tracks going to be in? We'll have to find out soon. After we're done listening to absolute perfection. You just can't help but smile when listening to this, can you? Do the good Ed bit. Oh, do the bit, please. Do it! It's called a road, it's called a rainbow road. It's the road where you go. It's the road where you go when you die. I'll miss you again, Uncle. I'll miss you, man. Oh, the shooting. I forgot it does the shooting star sound effect. I forgot. The way the sound just bounces. Just listen to it one more time. Just listen to the way it bounces between your ears. Just really pay attention if you got the headphones on. Fucking love it so much. Oh, there we go, gamers. There we go. When all is said and done, gamers, what else do we listen to but the staff roll? I purposely have never listened to this. I have never listened to this until right now. So let's listen.
That's Super Mario Kart. That's Super Mario Kart. Beautiful. Brilliant. Oh! That's Tokyo Blur! That's Tokyo Blur! Ninja! It's Ninja Hideaway! Ninja! Ninja! Yeah, I like this version better than OG, honestly. Berlin! Berlin! Techno Kranken Freestyle, yeah? What's this? Singapore? Singapore? Saxophone. Vancouver? Ba-da. Pa 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 LA. Hey. Pa 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 pa. Madrid. Hala Madrid. Fuck Barcelona. It's all about Real Madrid. Fool Guys. That bass is still, oh, I love it. I love it. Oh, it's nearly over already? Oh no! I was enjoying that. Bring it home, boys. And ladies and gentlemen, there's Mario Kart 8. Hello there, you've got Future Musty here with the most unenviable task on planet Earth. Now I've got to see how my top 10, and in the OST's case, the top 21, all stack up. Now, since I think soundtracks are the more subjective of the two, I'll be doing my OST top 10 first. I've got a lot of difficult decisions to make now. I've got 21 glorious pieces of music here, and I have to decide which ones are actually in the running for the top 10, and which ones are going to stay in the S+ tier. And believe me, gamers, this was not easy. You've got some of the greatest pieces of music to ever grace my ears, and I have to choose the fine margins between them. After listening to this soundtrack non-stop at work, at home, in Discord calls, even when my mum is trying to talk to me, I think I've managed to narrow this all down to what is going to stay in my S+ tier and what is going to be in contention for the top 10. And here, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you my ordered S+ tier, with 21st being Super Bell Subway, and the crowning achievement of being the worst of a fantastic bunch, and just narrowly missing out being the glorious Saxman of Dolphin Shoals. And you have, of course, everything in between. Now, do bearing in mind with how I do tier lists, things that are like right next to each other, there's like not even an inch between them. Like for example, Super Bell Subway and Piranha Plant Slide, I could swap those two around and probably end up being a bit more comfortable, sure, maybe. But something like the glorious guitar riff of DK Summer and the Saxman of Shoals, I think there's a bit of a larger gap between them. Not by much, but just a bit. And now with that, I present to you the top 10. If I had an unenviable task before, this one's even worse. Jesus Christ. In 10th place and beating out 85 other different pieces of music, it's gotta be Sydney Sprint. The chanting of the Saxman just to send me to another level. In 9th, I'll do DS Shroom Ridge. Oh, what a fantastic glow up this soundtrack got. Not as much of a glow up as the next contender, Wii Moonview Highway, holding up the 8th spot. God, you got two lovely renditions in here. Utterly phenomenal.
but not as good as the 7th place spot, Maple Treeway. For the people who think the original clears by a significant margin, I still don't know what you're talking about. I'd love to know what you're smoking, though. I'm still open to know that. And holding up the 6th spot is the game's very own Bowser's Castle.
So bloody good. I fucking love Bowser's Castle.
In 5th place, I'll give it to 3DS Rainbow Road. While in its original incarnation, there's no doubt it was top 1 in that game. I just think the competition is a bit too fierce here. But it earns a very respectable 5th place spot. Narrowly missing out to Mount Wario. Oh god, Mount Wario. To make such a piece of music that not only works in the track that it is, but works as a standalone piece, is nothing short of a masterclass. But it narrowly misses out on the winner's podium, the top 3. Holding up that bronze medal proudly is N64's Rainbow Road. Hey, listen, I get it. Maybe the racetrack isn't as good as I think it is. But come on, that brass is just something else. And in 2nd place, and just narrowly by a cat's whisker, missing out on the GOAT spot, is Wii Rainbow Road. As much as I love it, there's just one that stands just a tiny bit higher, and that is the game's very own Big Blue. The sax man and the guitar man just fighting it out for supremacy of your ears is just something that I wish I could experience for the first time again. And there we have it, gamers. My top 10 in Mario Kart 8, soundtrack-wise. Choosing between my favorite 21 children is something that I never want to do in my life again, so I hope you enjoyed this while it lasted. Let's begin with the racetracks. There's only 10 here, so no one's leaving the cookout, but picking an order is still very hard. 10 children or 21 children. I don't want to pick between my children, god damn it. There can only be one, of course, so let's not beat around the bush. In 10th spot goes GCN Baby Park. Yes, it's just an oval. Yes, it's not as chaotic. I still love it, though. In 9th place is Bowser's Castle. A definite good showing for the big man himself. Well done, Bowser. In 8th place sits Piranha Plant Slide. I don't think I explained exactly what I like about this track when I first placed it here, and I'm still not gonna. In 7th place sits Super Bell Subway. I'm gonna have to get myself tested, ladies and gentlemen, because I certainly love trains. And holding up the 6th spot is 3DS Rainbow Road. A bit lacking on the difficulty front, so it's not gonna make the winner's podium, but it's beating out 90 tracks for a reason. The planetary adventure is just stellar. In 5th, I have SNES BC3. What a glow up this track got. Please, Nintendo, please keep cooking when it comes to the SNES tracks, please! And in my 4th and 3rd, I have both the F-Zero tracks, although one of them gets the bronze medal, and the other unfortunately narrowly misses out on the podium. And I think when it comes to the debate of Mute City versus Big Blue, I am definitely team Big Blue. Mute City is fantastic and all, but I think the variations on how much speed you can gain with the section-based lap design too, Big Blue is just a big, beautiful track, and I love it dearly. It can happily sit with a bronze medal. Now, the real question is, does Wii Rainbow Road dethrone the king, or does Mount Wario retain its spot? And I thought about this long and hard. I played both tracks back to back to back. And after much deliberation, it's safe to say, if you're asking me, Sir Musty, in the year of our Lord 2024, Mount Wario retains its spot. There is just nothing more to be said about the absolute perfection that is this racetrack. I've been racing on it for 10 years, and only the Lord knows how much I want this to come back in the next game so we can race on it for another 10 years. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, there you have the final list. And with that, gamers, this even longer than Oppenheim video comes to a natural end. First of all, a big thank you to my editors, Spongy, Kevin, and Harry. Without you guys, this would never have been possible. And I don't mean as in I would have made this video anyway, it just would have came out in 2027. No, I never would have attempted this in the first place because of just how long this project was. But you know what? I'm actually kind of glad I did it. It was one of the very few times where I actually had fun editing, you know, when I was able to like put all the edits together and like add my own little bits and, you know, do all of that. It was actually very fun making a video this big. I don't want to do another one of these for a while though, that's for sure. And of course, a big thank you to Zozim as well for recording those extra free cam clips. You know, all those clips that you saw of like the cool camera angles? That was all Zozim, so big thank you to her. And a big thank you to you, of course, for making it this far. You didn't skip, did you? I certainly hope you didn't. But if you did, hey, no harm, no foul. You're still here nonetheless. And if you are and you ain't subscribed, do me a solid. And a big thank you to everyone on the Discord for submitting clips. I didn't use as many as I thought I would, but thank you for submitting them anyway. If you got in, hey, you have your look Gary, it's me moment. So I hope you enjoy that. And other than that, I have nothing really much else to say. I hope you enjoyed yourself here. I hope you enjoyed your stay. And I hope you continue to enjoy your stay. Thank you so very much for watching. And until next time, there's your lot.